right, everybody, welcome. How are we doing? Check into the stream. Comment below. We're live. 11 p.m. Almost midnight. It's off by an hour. Almost midnight, and I'm back. Welcome, everyone. How are we doing? Check into the stream. Comment where you're tuning in from. It's nearly Member Monday, but we're begun now. Live in Kyiv. Here it is, daytime. Nearing midnight here in Minnesota. 1 minute to midnight. We got Munster, Indiana. How are we doing? How is everybody doing? Good greetings. How you doing, Brandon? Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Good evening. Bovey, Minnesota. How you doing? 1 a.m. Sounds good. Yep, that starts soon. Duluth, Minnesota is tuned in. Las Vegas is tuned in. How you doing? Make sure I got the feed up on my... Got the YouTube feed up. There we go. Now I got the YouTube feed up. Hello, hope you got some rest. Thank you. Bronx, New York, New Hampshire. Okay, doing well. Ontario, Canada. How you doing? Australia is tuned in. Arcadia, Florida is tuned in. Now I got the chat up. Dallas, Texas. Great. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? Sitting in Melbourne, Australia. So we're back. Day 12. Let's load up the latest news now. We are back now. Is live in Kyiv, in the city, central, in the Maidan Square. I'll pull it up on our interactive feed. We're just getting the day started. We were live last night doing a recap feed. Again, this chat is about to switch over to supporter and member only just for Monday. I do a check-in every hour. Every hour check-in. I'll do a viewer shout-out and shout out everyone. Hey, how you doing? Rosamond, California. Here there's a ceasefire in Kyiv. Negative. The ceasefire was from Mariupol. Just to allow the civilians to be evacuated, but as of 16 hours ago, for the second day in a row, civilians cannot be evacuated due to the continuous Russian bombing along the evacuation route in Mariupol. So we're still standing by on that information. Victorville, California, how you doing? Still standing by on that. A lot of moves weren't made until about 10 a.m. Between 10 a.m. and noon Moscow time, and it's 8 in the morning, just 8:01 in the morning. So thank you guys again. Every hour on the hour, we'll check in with you guys. But it is Monday. All right. So, anyways, just to catch up with the latest concerns of, or these new blips. 5 hours ago, Russian Navy strike near Tulsi village in Odessa region. And 14 hours ago. So this was 5 hours ago. There's a Russian strike. There was concern of a amphibious landing in Odessa by the Navy. By the Russian, they have ships in the Black Sea, but the last U.S. intelligence report. I'm sorry, that's really loud. The last U.S. intelligence report that came out a few hours ago says that there isn't a concern of that happening. Try to pull that up. Let's pull that up. Independent. Hello. Good evening. How are you doing? Hello. Everybody check in. Hello, everyone. Blessings to all. Hi, Donna. Ukraine ship was sunk and crew have not been found. Hey, Anne. How you doing? Anne Marie. So let's go. Let's look back a little bit further before we get the latest. Okay, so home Russians actions. Here it is. Reuters. This is from Reuters, and we checked the source, and we can go to Reuters. I just don't have an account, but this came directly from Reuters, and they're copying that and writing it as their own posts. But the U.S. does not see an imminent Russian amphibious assault of Odessa, according to U.S. official. And then, because yesterday President Zelensky said Ukraine had maps and records obtained from captured Russian soldiers that showed Russian forces were planning to bomb Odessa. So the latest is from according to a U.S. official. They don't have concern for that happening. Hello from Auckland, New Zealand. How you doing, Natalie? Tracy, how you doing? Thank you. Again, the evacuation, the ceasefire of Mariupol. Monitoring that. We are monitoring the shelling, the bombardment of continuous airstrikes in Kharkiv. There was some overnight that we were watching and tracking. We're going to have to monitor those. And then, of course, the city of Kyiv that we were watching with the live stream. This is the city that we're watching. If you're new to the channel or new to the page. Or no. This is where we're watching. And right in the Maidan Square in the heart capital, Kyiv, the capital Ukraine. Hello, Evie. How you doing? Hello, Kristen. How you doing? Unexpected day off tomorrow, so you're still awake. Josh, how you doing? I saw a cherry bomb a little earlier. How you doing, Josh? On Facebook. Let's go and refresh. UK injects 100 million into Ukraine's economy to mitigate financial pressures created by Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion, the UK Prime Minister's office announced on March 7th. Russian artillery pounded the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv overnight on March 7th, resulting in fires at residential buildings, according to Ukraine's State Emergency Service. Pull up Discord. I did see clips coming out of that city. Yep, here it is. So here's video of that. You can scroll up some. Morning in Mykolaiv. How do you say it? How do you properly say it? I'll show you guys on the map where this is shortly. Hold on.
Mykolaiv.
How you doing, J&A? Anonymous donated $25 to the IRC. Thank you, Anonymous donation. To the International Rescue Committee. Help Ukrainian families. Crisis in Ukraine. We still have the fundraiser going on YouTube. Hello, Trent. Birds in the feed today. Birds in the camera frame. All right, one more time.
Mykolaiv.
Morning in Mykolaiv. Yes, I seen it in the Discord. How are you doing, everyone? All right, so this is morning in Mykolaiv. This is down here, the city in between Kherson, which is Russian-controlled territory now, a Russian-controlled city, and then Odessa. It's right in between these two. It's one of the important port cities. So this was a picture in the early morning. Here's the video. Thank you, Tyra. This is Mykolaiv. How do you say it one more time?
Mykolaiv.
Coming out of Mykolaiv, one of the port cities. This morning, Mykolaiv was shelled by Smerch multiple launch rocket systems. Smerch multiple launch rocket systems. Ken donated $40 to the IRC. Thank you, Ken. Looking in the... What else you got? Is this showing the overnight in Kyiv too? Pull this up. Video from social media. When was this post? 11/14. Okay. Okay, there's video of Mykolaiv. Gotta make sure. Mykolaiv. Okay, here's more video. This was in Putin regime terrorist MLRS shelling. So this is a timeline of it. So we'll go through this. This is an awesome follow. Ignis_Fatum on Twitter. Becoming another independent source that's doing live tweeting, and they're trying to compile relevant and factual information. So let's go through this. They've been doing great. Video from social media aftermath of the Putin regime terrorist airstrikes on residential areas tonight. Mykolaiv. There was shelling in Kherson too. Or excuse me. There was shelling in Kharkiv. Shelling in Kharkiv as well. That's been happening every night. How you doing, Steven?
Это вы сказали по мирным не будете стрелять, да? По мирным не будете стрелять. Тут все горит. Это вы сказали по мирным?
Mykolaiv, right?
Mykolaiv.
Continuing more residential airstrikes, Mykolaiv. Josh Cherry with a $250 donation to the IRC. Oh my goodness, Josh. Josh Cherry with a $250 donation to the IRC.
Охуеть. Он нахуй горит, блядь. Охуеть.
Alright. Mykolaiv. Here now it's becoming daytime in the timeline. This was the city of Overich, Azotma region. This was shelling overnight in Azotma region. It's over here. Zotmer, to the west of Kyiv. Anonymous with a $20 donation to the IRC. You guys are donating. Where we at? 15,000 yet? Yep, $15,000 raised. YouTube hit $15,000 raised for the IRC. Oh my goodness, what's up, brother? I'm so grateful for you to be doing this. Thank you, Brad. $15,000 raised. Shout out to YouTube. Josh and Anonymous getting it to $15,000. So that's the town of Zotmer to the west. Watch that one. MLRS strikes in Mykolaiv. Hey, Lise. Okay. Video from social media showing the Choronobayivka. Oh my goodness, wow. Choronobayivka. Choronobayivka. I wonder if that's right.
Konobayivka.
Near that airport near Kherson, controlled by the Putin regime terrorists, being shelled purposely by Ukrainian armed forces. Purposely being shelled. Purposely by the Purposely by the... Okay. Not understanding this probably bad translation. Controlled by the Putin regime terrorists. Being shelled purposely by... Okay. Controlled by the Putin regime terrorists. Purposely shelled by Ukrainian armed forces. So, this is Ukrainian armed forces shelling of an airport that's controlled by the Putin regime. So, counteroffensive. Mickey Barkus donated $75 to the IRC. $75 to the IRC. Mickey. Hey Donna, how you doing? Unconfirmed reports on social media that he was Kharkiv reason. Unconfirmed reports, so we don't. I mean, this is just okay. We'll be waiting for more on this, but it's unconfirmed. The city of Kyiv and the Kharkiv. Why does that sound familiar? It sounds so familiar. We've definitely... Kyiv. It is to the it's to the south, to the southeast. There it is. I didn't see that one. General staff in the course of hostilities, Kyiv in the Kharkiv region was cleared from Russian forces. Unconfirmed reports. So a couple different. Let me see. What's the source on this one? So there's two reports. So that, and then them saying it's unconfirmed. The Ignis Fatum account. So it's unconfirmed that it's been reclaimed. So rumblings. It's in the allegedly category. Video from social media showing the aftermath of indiscriminate MLRS shelling of the Putin regime terrorists. So the of the residential districts of Mykolaiv. And then social media has shown aftermath of that. Aftermath of the shelling in Mykolaiv. Deanne Ramirez donated $50 to the IRC. Thank you. All right. This is aftermath of residential airstrikes on residential areas in Kharkiv. Video showing aftermath of these are showing more of the aftermath of airstrikes. This account being posted to social media in the Kharkiv region. Is this that one? No. We saw another residential apartment building get hit last night in Kharkiv. Bomb targeted a house. So every night. Every night the city gets hit. So that's again the border city, one of the border cities to zoom out. right on the border. Russia wants that city bad, or the Vladimir Putin does.
Красиво горит. А шо нахуй?
Мы пытались потушить, но это бесполезно. Там он бесполезно. Это надо внутри тушить, не снаружи. Это пиздец. Пожалуйста, не приедет.
А чё не приедет? А вы вызвали?
Вызвали,
Ну,
ну, блядь,
не-
а кто сейчас приедет?
Не, блядь, они взяли трубку? Вызов приняли или
У
нет?
нас люди вызывали.
Ну, я же говорю, приняли вызов
Я не
или нет?
знаю, я
А,
убегал,
все, я тогда
потому
сейчас
что-
позвоню.
Звони тоже.
Прям туда, я ебу, блядь. Красиво горит. А шо нахуй?
Мы пытались потушить, но это бесполезно. Там он бесполезно. Это надо внутри тушить, не снаружи. Это пиздец. Пожалуйста, не приедет.
А чё не приедет? А вы вызвали?
Вызвали,
Ну,
ну, блядь,
не-
а кто сейчас приедет?
Не, блядь, они взяли трубку? Вызов приняли или
У
нет?
нас люди вызывали.
Ну, я же говорю, приняли вызов
Я не
или нет?
знаю, я
А,
убегал,
все, я тогда
потому
сейчас
что-
позвоню.
Звони тоже.
Прям туда, я
And here's more video. More aftermath videos. Kharkiv. Shout out to Ziegel Revel. $50 donation to the IRC. Thank you.
Пизда. Все, нема матрасов, нема постельного. Пизда. Все, нема матрасов, нема постельного.
Here's more video from the overnight shelling, overnight airstrikes in Kharkiv. More video. Again, this is coming out. All this video evidence is coming out the day after. So the shellings happen at nighttime. We see some of them happen when we're live, tuned in, and then the clips come out the next morning. I'm not hearing crows. Turn that down now.
Вот такой, блядь, ебучий, сука, русский мир, нахуй. На Алексеевке, блядь. Вот так вот. Вот, ну, это просто пиздец. Это просто пиздец. Просто пиздец. Ай, блядь. Здесь живет мой товарищ. Вот такой, блядь, ебучий, сука, русский мир, нахуй. На Алексеевке, блядь. Вот так вот. Вот, ну, это просто пиздец. Это просто пиздец.
Oh.
Просто пиздец. Ай, блядь. Здесь живет мой товарищ.
In Kharkiv.
Просто пиздец.
This is in Kharkiv. Here's damage done to the Kharkiv Aerospace Institute after the whole campus was hit with multiple airstrikes overnight. More video from Kharkiv. Video from social media showing the aftermath of the Putin regime terrorist airstrikes on residential areas in Kharkiv. More Kharkiv video. Again, the city of Kharkiv, the border city, gets hit with airstrikes on a nightly basis. It's Kharkiv. Kharkiv. Put it on the timeline. That's the end of the Kharkiv clips. Check the latest. Grounded column of Ukrainian army vehicles in Kherson. Here's a video. In Kherson, this is Russian-occupied territory. Where is this? No music to it.
Техника вот.
Техника проезжает.
This is posted in Kherson.
А, нет. Блять.
Может, мы не будем туда ехать? Я не хочу туда ехать.
Едь. Но не взорвется возле нас?
Стреляй.
Так машина горит. Игореша, может быстрее лучше приехать здесь? Вы просто возле этой машины. Не страшно.
Это наша техника?
Да. Да. Это ваш.
Давай, сын, быстрее. Охренеть. Ой,
Ой, пожалуйста.
отвернитесь оттуда.
Фу, там мертвые лежат.
Всё, тихо.
Alright, one more time.
Техника вот.
Техника проезжает.
Российская. А, нет.
Техника наша.
Блять.
Может, мы не будем туда ехать? Я не хочу туда ехать.
Едь.
Но не взорвется возле нас?
Стреляй.
Так машина горит. Игореша, может быстрее лучше приехать здесь? Вы просто возле этой машины. Не страшно.
Это наша техника?
Да. Да. Это ваш.
Давай, сын, быстрее. Охренеть. Ой,
Ой, пожалуйста.
отвернитесь оттуда.
Фу, там мертвые лежат.
Всё, тихо.
That's in Kherson. Or near Kherson, down here. Another helicopter of the Russian forces was shot down. So here's another video of a downed helicopter. Doesn't give a location. There's music on this one. Video of a downed Russian helicopter. No location given. Destroyed buildings and infrastructure in Zhytomyr. Make sure.
Zhytomyr.
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 Zhytomyr. Over here. To the west of Kyiv. So here's Kyiv. This is where we're tuned in the live stream of the Maidan Square. Here's... So one more time.
Zhytomyr.
Zhytomyr. Use a local credit union. Russian army shelled. Oh, man. I've been saying it wrong so many days now. There's the pictures from... I don't know how to say it properly.
Mykolaiv.
Mykolaiv. Russian army shelled Mykolaiv with MLRS. This is just more video and picture evidence of that. The amounts of war crime evidence that we've seen in just residential apartment buildings. Video from social media showing the aftermath of airstrikes on the Kharkiv. Some more Kharkiv video from airstrikes overnight. Let me turn the birds down. There's more video out of Kharkiv.
Снаряд прилетел метров 50, наверное, долетел. Там щось димить, полыхає. Будем верить, что все к лучшему. Победа. Утро 7 марта. Снаряд прилетел метров 50, наверное, долетел. Там щось димить, полыхає. Будем верить, что все к лучшему.
More video of in Kharkiv. A Ukrainian Tochka missile was reportedly intercepted over Rostov, Russia. So here's video from Mykolaiv. The other video is unconfirmed. This is video from Mykolaiv.
Воронка, блядь. Братики из России до нас доехали, Николаевцы. Воронка, блядь. Братики из России до нас доехали, Николаевцы.
All right. More aftermath video of Russian airstrikes in Mykolaiv. Mykolaiv again. Right here. In between Kherson and Odessa. One of the port cities.
Охуеть. Ну я бы сказал, что пиздец. Охуеть. Ну я бы сказал, что
Separatist-controlled oil depot burning in Luhansk due to Ukrainian Tochka missile attack. So this is a Ukrainian attack in Luhansk. Separatist-controlled oil depot. This is in the Donbass. Is that this one? Fire at oil depot. Here's that. More pictures from Kharkiv coming out. So this is all coming out after the night of shellings and missile strikes. Kharkiv, border city, every night. Here's the Tochka missile reportedly intercepted over Rostov, Russia. Where is Rostov? Oops. Where is that? Oh, it's near the Luhansk region. So there's some counteroffensive. Where though? Federal subject of Russia located in the federal Southern Federal District. Population of 4.2 million. Making it the 6th most populous federal subject in Russia. Oh, right here. Rostov. So it's down here.
За Чкалова?
Да.
Какой Чкалова, спрашивает?
Ракету пустили сейчас.
О, полка.
Охренеть.
С этого пустили.
Ракета
За
вон.
Чкалова?
Да.
Какой Чкалова, спрашивает?
Ракету пустили сейчас.
О, полка.
Охренеть.
Damaged buildings and vehicles due to Russian airstrikes. That's in Kharkiv. More video coming out of Kharkiv from the overnight missile attacks and bombings in Kharkiv. The evidence is just keeps mounting up.
На Алексеевке, блядь. Вот так вот. Вот, ну, это просто пиздец. Это просто пиздец. Просто пиздец. Ай, блядь. Здесь живет мой товарищ. Вот такой, блядь, ебучий, сука, русский мир, нахуй. На Алексеевке, блядь. Вот так вот. Вот, ну, это просто пиздец. Это просто пиздец.
Yeah, I'll adjust my cursor how it looks. Probably not this stream, but I will for next stream. I'll make it larger.
Ай, блядь. Здесь живет мой товарищ.
Video in Kharkiv. More video.
Ну, снаряд прилетел, метров 50, наверное, где-то летел. Там щось димить, полихає. Будем верить, что все к лучшему. Победа. Утро 7 марта. Ну, снаряд прилетел, метров 50, наверное, где-то летел. Там щось димить, полихає. Будем верить, что все к лучшему.
So here's video from the oil depot that Ukrainian forces struck in the Luhansk region of the Donbas that Russian separatists have control over and have. Goodness, I'm struggling with this one.
Mykolaiv.
Mykolaiv. This is a residential building on fire due to Russian strikes. We saw this at the beginning of our clip, but if you missed it, this is all overnight. Aftermath clips from airstrikes. Here's one other angle of the separatist-controlled oil depot burning in Luhansk. This is again Luhansk in the Donbas, in the separatist-controlled region. Ukrainian counteroffensive. I saw that video, or the oil depot. And then we saw those. Eight Russian. No, that's from 17 hours ago. Okay, oh my goodness. An unexploded MLRS rocket near an apartment building in
Mykolaiv.
Снаряд в 40 метрах от моего
Rocket
дома.
sticking out of the ground.
Это трэш. Снаряд.
211 Ukrainian schools are damaged or destroyed by Putin's airstrikes. Yeah, they need to start doing. This is the first time I've seen this now. An hour ago, the first volunteers from the UK arrive in Ukraine.
My name's Jax. I'm from England, and basically we're here to help stop the invasion of Ukraine. Hopefully, you know, we'll win.
Oh, yeah. I do that with plagues on CNN. Yeah. Walking to the border pass.
Most of us are ex-military, so we're all very well trained. And the motivation is obviously the war crimes that are being committed shouldn't be committed, you know. It's bombing civilian targets, executing civilians, raping females. It shouldn't happen, and it needs to be stopped.
Long live Ukraine!
So there's the first volunteers from the UK heading there. And that what's that force that's being made? Oh no, God, Lee, seriously. It's called the internet. I was trying to figure out what they called it. Why is it? It takes the most to just read articles now, apparently. No, the UK volunteers from the UK. There's volunteers from the US going too. Here, let's listen to this report.
Ashington. When Matthew Parker, an American veteran with 22 years of service in the U.S. Army, heard that Russian forces had invaded Ukraine, he thought about a Ukrainian-American soldier who had served alongside him with U.S. forces in Iraq and decided he wanted to help the Ukrainians defend their homeland. "I had a soldier in Iraq with me who was from Ukraine," he told VOA of his decision to join what he sees as a fight about justice and friendship. He became an American citizen, joined the Army, and he told me about his home. He told me about his family and how proud they were. I remember him telling me about his little sister. Now, I'd like to think that by going to Ukraine, maybe I protect his mother, or his little sister, or his home. Maybe in some small way, I say thank you to him for serving by doing something like this. Parker, who fought battles in Bosnia and Iraq, is not alone. A representative of the Ukrainian embassy in Washington told VOA that 3,000 U.S. volunteers have responded to the nation's appeal for people to serve in an international battalion that will help resist Russia's invading forces. Many more have stepped forward from other countries, most from other post-Soviet states such as Georgia and Belarus. In an emotional video posted to his Telegram channel on Thursday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky referred to an international legion of 16,000 foreign volunteers, who he said are being asked to join the defense of Ukraine, Europe, and the world. "We have nothing to lose but our own freedom," the president said.
So lots of volunteers going. The international battalion that they're making. Thousands of Americans volunteer for Ukrainian army. Around 16,000 volunteers are expected to help Ukrainians fight off Russian attack that has already lasted more than a week. So that's the video of the first UK forces, or the UK volunteers getting there. Good morning. At least 8 dead in a massive bombardment in Kharkiv overnight. 21 big fires. So a picture of Kharkiv. Right, that's the country. That's the government. You got to. These are volunteers. The country's governments are like these are people that are volunteering to go. The government isn't sending them. This isn't like the U.S. Army or the Department of Defense sending troops. It's people that are volunteering themselves. People are going to the embassy and doing it. No, none of the governments aren't sending people. The Foreign Legion. That's what it's called. The Foreign Legion. "20 minutes ago, Russia, so they're referring him, the occupiers, killed Yuri Prilipko, the head of the Hostomel community. He was distributing bread and medicine to the needy." Hostomel is up here. Northeast of Bucha and Irpin, the two satellite cities just outside of Kyiv, which is the capital city. Media workers are leaving Russia in mass for security reasons. What does this mean? I don't even know what that says. I wish I could translate this, but I can't. Check our list. Ukraine-Russian forces abandoned MSTA S-152 MSTA S-152mm self-propelled howitzer. More equipment. We watched this last night. Emergency forces say 8 civilians were murdered in the overnight strikes on apartment complexes in Kharkiv. 8 civilians killed. Okay, so here's a confirmation from this source. Ukrainian army had confirmed that they managed to reclaim the city of Shuahiv. So we've been monitoring this. Here's a, where is this? The Kharkiv region. That is down here. So this is someone saying that it's confirmed by the Ukrainian army. So we'll wait again. Ukrainian army confirmed that they've managed to reclaim the city of Chuahiv. That's here. Yeah, I'll figure out how to edit my cursor and make it brighter or something, bigger. Video from Russians MOD Zvezda showing BMP-2 likely from the Eastern Military District 64th, reportedly in the Kyiv. Takes a couple times to translate it for whatever reason. Personnel of the advance of a tank unit in the Kyiv region during a special military operation. So that's I mean, anything Russian side, you're gonna get special military operation. The word war has been banned. You can't say the word war. Where is this again? Reportedly in Kyiv. This is Russian military. Is this from that convoy, I'm wondering? I haven't heard any news on that, on all their equipment. Okay. Damaged building and vehicle, so this is more video from Kharkiv, border city. Video evidence coming out from missile strikes and shellings in Kharkiv. To the east of Kyiv. This is the capital city. This is where we're tuned in. The live feed in the Maidan Square. This is these videos and clips. These ones are coming out of Kyiv, or excuse me, Kharkiv. Alright, the other video, I wanted to show you a video. Someone in Russia who creates content was walking around and interviewing Russians on how they feel of this. We're going to watch that too. Here's more Mykolaiv.
Mykolaiv.
More video coming from that city. It's one of the port cities to the south. Here it is. In between Odessa and Kherson, right here. So here's Kyiv. Here's Kherson. Excuse me. Mykolaiv, just to the northwest of Kherson.
Вот вам, блядь, дорогие родственники, сука, ваш ебаный русский мир, блядь. Дорогая мама, как ты мне, блядь, говоришь, у нас нихуя нету. Вот мой дом, ты видишь, блядь, ты здесь была, ты видела мой дом. Вот тебе, пожалуйста, на, посмотри, как мы сидим, блядь, сейчас в подвале, потому что у нас просто пиздец.
All right. Hey, we're an hour in. We are an hour in. I'm going to open the chat up and welcome all of our viewers. Welcome everybody that's tuned in. It is Member and Supporter Monday. If you're watching on Facebook, spam the reactions. We're at 316 reactions, 400 tuned in. YouTube, we're at 434 likes. You're about 500 and, what is it, 557 likes away from 557 likes away from the 1,000 goal. I'm going to open the chat and welcome everyone. Comment where you're tuning in from. What city, what state, and where in the world you are watching from. All right, chat should be open. Check in, viewers. Everybody check in. Spam the reactions. Also share the stream on Facebook. Hit the share button if you haven't. Thank you, Thomas, for becoming a follower. Minneapolis tuned in. Virginia, watching from Australia. Decatur, Indiana. How you doing? Brooklyn Park, Minnesota's tuned in. Good morning. Good morning. Monday morning. Thanks for your dedication. Thank you. Thailand's tuned in. Alaska's tuned in. Richfield, Minnesota. No, you can call it war. No, I'm saying Russian citizens can't. I'll show you the video. We'll go to the video, but subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. Make sure you have your notification bell turned on. Safety meeting. Maybe in another hour. Maybe at the 2-hour mark we'll do a safety meeting. Alabama. Nicholas with the 50 stars. Thank you. Dallas, Texas tuned in. Oregon. Thank you, Tyra. Corbin. Yes, Seattle's tuned in. Anchorage, Alaska's tuned in. That. Oh. What's this now? Oh, this just switched over. Hold on, chat. This was just live in the Maidan Square, and now it just switched over to this. What's this now? Are these people trying to get out of Irpin? Wonder if these are people trying to leave the satellite city of Irpin. The video just switched over on our live feed. Southwest Florida, Anchorage is tuned in. Oops. Evacuees. Share the stream if you haven't on Facebook. Hit the share button, 92. Also like the video on Facebook. Georgia, hi. Wow. Where is this? Donate. Free Zone donated $20 to the IRC, International Response Committee. We have lots of live video during this time of night because it's daytime in Ukraine, so lots of live feeds pop up at this time. Refugee live feeds. This is evacuees. I'm trying to figure out where. It's looking similar to the Irpin area. Mykolaiv. Ceasefire in Mykolaiv, not in Russia. Fox News is probably presenting it as a ceasefire. Like, there's been so many people coming from CNN and MSNBC and Fox News that are saying that those three places are saying there's a ceasefire. It's just in Mykolaiv. It's in Mykolaiv. No, excuse me. Wow. Correction. Mariupol. Starts with an M. I apologize. Mariupol is the evacuation city. I'm not sure if this is Mariupol or Irpin yet. There's two evacuations happening in two cities, Mariupol and Irpin. Unclear where this is, because it switched over. We were in the Maidan Square, and now this is live somewhere. Anyone know where? Anyone have a feed to this camera? They switched it to here. So Mariupol is the ceasefire. Mariupol, and then Kyiv. Excuse me, Mariupol, and then the satellite city of Irpin outside of Kyiv are the two cities that are being evacuated. But Irpin doesn't have a ceasefire, just Mariupol. I haven't seen any updates on any ceasefire in Mariupol yet. I'm checking Discord. Join our Discord server if you know of any feeds or lives or relevant information. Is our Discord server awake? I'm in the war room is for all relevant information and feeds and information, postings, news, and then the discussion room is for you guys to just chat about it while we're waiting. They're 8 hours ahead. The live time is to the right, top right. All right. Thank you everyone for commenting. I'll check in again in an hour. It is Member and Supporter Monday, Subscriber Monday. Consider becoming a member or a subscriber to continue chatting on Mondays. The video feed will remain open for everyone. Every hour on the hour viewer check-ins though. It says Kyiv. So that'd be if it's Kyiv, then it's Irpin. These are people getting out of Irpin. Yeah, the ceasefire is only for Mariupol. But even then, 2 days in a row now, the Russians have not obeyed or abided by the ceasefire in Mariupol. 2 days in a row now. This is a zoomed in look in the Maidan Square. Look at all these buses. Hold on, we gotta tune in quick for a little bit. We gotta watch this for a little while. Thank you, Free Zone. Welcome to Mercado Media. Thank you so much. He said, "Welcome to Snack Squad." That's the old YouTube. Ceasefire has been violated 2 days in a row. And that's in Mariupol. Breaking news RSS feed, and then I added a couple of my own custom. In the ticker that's going across, it's the Ukraine. If you guys know of any other RSS feeds, I can link in the top for ticker information. It's hard to find those now. Look at all the buses. No, this isn't. No, this. I'll show you what that looks like. That's the Polish border. They should be live with that now too.
Levelly, 13,500 people have applied to.
They're not live yet. They usually have a border live stream going. I haven't seen this one. I think this is Irpin. Look at how they're evacuating people, the vehicles. It's 9:13 a.m. We have a map update track, so we'll be tuning into that. One of the pilots of downed aircraft was captured and in Kharkiv. Search operation ongoing. Do we have a feed of Kyiv now, though? Of the Maidan Square? This one switched over. We got the Fox News feed, of course. How fast everybody's moving. Oh, wow. You hear that? That was like you can hear a missile strike or something in the background. This is live, Josh, yes. Yep, this is. I'm live myself, and the video we're watching is live, yes. For OPSEC reasons, we're not going to look up the location of where this checkpoint could be. This is looking like the evacuation of Irpin that's been happening for a few days now. Mariupol buses were white. They were trying to send white buses down to Mariupol for that evacuation, which the Russians have disobeyed two days in a row now. Media reports that Russian servicemen robbed a Swiss journalist near Mykolaiv. They fired on a car with a press marking and took his passport, 3,000 euros in cash, and a laptop. The journalist sustained injuries to his face and forearm. He is now in a Ukrainian hospital. What Twitter account is that? Hromadske. So we gotta follow this. What is their deal? What's up? Is this like they're targeting fake news? Hold on. Hold on. It's hard not to watch this right now because it's live, but there is other breaking news happening at the same time. I'll keep the audio going. In Ukraine, oh my goodness. YouTube channel which is suspected of treason, as well as Olga Sherry's channel and the Double channel, have been blocked in Ukraine. What does that mean? Oh, okay. For sharing video. Ukrainian Arctic expedition went to the station. Might be a source to follow here. I want to put this feed on for a minute. I'll be right back. Share this stream. This is live. Well, I'm live, but so is the video that we're watching.
they're letting you fill the brake on. Yeah, okay.
I know, I heard that too, Free Zone. I'm back. It's getting cold. I might have to get a little space heater for down here. Oh, actually, no. I lied. It's already March, but it's chilly down here. So this feed is on the outskirts of Kyiv. Likely Irpin. This isn't the border. This is live. I also ordered late night food I didn't eat. How's everybody doing this evening? Yeah, this video is from Kyiv. It's the set. Likely, again, there's no location, which we wouldn't give a location for this spot, anyways, right now, or an exact like people are trying to find. Likely getting out of Irpin. There's any buses in now? Oh, the buses are moving. Oh wow. Moving buses in. Wonder if we're gonna see them buses come out with a bunch of people. Are those buses full now? No, they can't be full. They're going where the other cars came from to go pick up people. McDonald's. Late night McDonald's. Those are empty. Yeah, they looked empty. I thought I'm asking you guys if you've seen the same thing. Empty. They're heading in there to get people. Cars are coming back and forth. TV, that says.
Да куда стоят? Дорогу загромождаем. В этом иди или еще что? На крайний автобус, пускай назад пойдет. Завода не знаю.
Let's check the latest. Or there's another boom. Oh. Two more. That audio's coming from this live feed. Red alert aerial threats in Kharkiv 20 minutes ago. Destroyed apartments in Kharkiv. More video. So there's more video coming out of Kharkiv. I'm hearing more explosions in the distance in this video. This is in Kharkiv. Let me pull up the map. Border city. Kharkiv, look at all the icon. Look at all the red. These are all shellings and reports of bombings and IDF, indirect fire. This is Kharkiv, Natalia Usevi, 82, apartment block.
Это Харьков, Северная Салтовка, адрес называть не буду. Все, начался обстрел, я ухожу. Это Харьков, Северная Салтовка, адрес называть не буду.
Welcome, Michelle.
Все, начался обстрел, я ухожу.
More video from Kharkiv.
Обстреляли. Машинка вот. Осколочки. Дыра. Вон.
The city is so war torn.
Разрушено, ебать.
Hold on. Is that in the video or the...
Ебать.
Yeah, that was in the clip. That was in this clip. That noise you just heard. It wasn't in the live video, alright? That's in this clip, right?
Вот машинка.
Okay, video out of Kharkiv. Let's tune back in. Look at the press vehicle. All the idiots that made fun of all the independent journalists trying to get by in the, just even the navigating the protest. Look at how they put it in tape. It says press on there like that. They're still shooting at these cars though. The Russian military is still shooting at these cars. TV press markings. Check into the Discord server, Michael. Check into the Discord server. More press vehicles going in. Ceasefire is in the ceasefire is in Mariupol. Any ceasefire news you're hearing is from Mariupol, one of the border cities right here. Mariupol, right here. Every time you tune out of this spot. This is a live video right now. This is live. There is other news happening, but I'm going back and forth when I can. The UA means Ukraine, yes. Russians continue to bomb Ukrainian towns and civilians. No, Sky News isn't independent, but they've been firing on other independent sources. Ceasefires Mariupol. This video you're tuned into is in the outskirts of Kyiv, likely near the Bucha and Irpin region, satellite cities of Bucha and Irpin. This is the video you're watching, so they're not near the border. They're trying to evacuate those satellite cities that are just outside of Kyiv, where Russian forces are still. I mean, they're not that Russian. The Russian troops aren't that far out of the capital. They haven't been able to break through at all. Look at the good boy. Yep, very sketchy area. Yeah, that area has been war-torn as well. Kharkiv and the satellite cities of Bucha and Irpin to the northwest. Again, this is where we're usually tuned in, right in the Independence Square or the Maidan Square, and then Irpin and Bucha are the satellite cities to the northwest. Likely these civilians are being evacuated from there. Right, they're firing on all press. This is live in Kyiv. I'm wondering if we have an audio feed of the Maidan Square still. Do you have one of just the camera 2? We have the camera 2 isolated. Any word on troops in Moldova? Not yet. Tracking that though. No word yet. Is the top right video, can we get that isolated?
Военным на передовой.
March 7th. They're making, okay, so they are all empty. Look at inside the buses, they're empty. So they're going in there to get people and bring them out. Those buses, man, dude. We're gonna assist in the evacuation process. The ones that are heading to Mariupol were white yesterday. They had white buses heading down there. There's no ceasefire in this region. No official report of a ceasefire. The only official ceasefire reports are in Mariupol, but even those two ceasefires, the Russian military continued their airstrikes. It's what camera is it? Camera 2, top right. This one of the capital city. This one. Oh, I heard that one. See, that audio is coming. Okay, so this camera's behind. This feed's behind. We saw all that. Unless, hold on, unless they're ahead. Unless the feed's ahead. No, we watched all those. I think, okay, silver car. It's like this feed's ahead by 2 minutes. Silver car. This one's ahead of that one. Big time. The supply column of the Russian army enters Chernihiv. That's up here. That's not good. More, that's not good. Supply column. Oops. Oh my goodness.
Военным на передовой. Спокойствие нашим военным на передовой.
With the circle, with the look at this, look at these symbols. They don't have a V on them. They got a circle with a line through it. Supply columns near in Chernihiv. Last night, Ukrainian troops knocked out a Russian warship.
Спокойствие нашим военным на передовой.
Where's that? Oh, here. So here's that video. The social media showing the moment when Ukrainian army opened fire towards naval vessels off the coast of Odessa.
Августин, огонь. праздничный салют. Сейчас посмотрим.
Ні, а там є наїсти?
А хуй його знає, йдіть подивіться. Горить щось? Попали? Попали, сука! Русский корабль, иди нахуй! Хорош! Августин, огонь.
So some counterattacks. Total destruction in the city of Khorasan Zotma region. Even a church was not spared. You saw that photo. Here's a photo of the church in the Zotma region. That's over here. Right here. Khorasan City windows in school 2 were damaged. Orvich City 2-story building in the local employment center was destroyed. According to preliminary data, 1 person was killed, 3 were wounded. Russians continue to bomb Ukrainian towns and civil people. China will make active efforts to resolve the conflict in Ukraine, according to China's foreign minister. The Chinese Red Cross will soon provide assistance to Ukraine. In addition, China hopes that Russia and Ukraine will make progress in the 3rd round of negotiations. This video is from... No, it's 2 days old now. This is live again in near Irpin or Bucha in outside of Kyiv. This is a live video. You hear some explosions and there's some booms in the distance. Ukrainian farmers aid the 72nd Mechanized Brigade of the Ukrainian Ground Forces in collecting Russian abandoned equipment. Here's some more video of farmers helping the war effort. Farmers pulling Russian armor. More buses heading in. Oh, they're coming out now, right? These people on the buses? Yes. So here it is. There's buses going, all the buses that have been going in that you've been seeing, here they're out. The people are coming out of them now. They're going in and getting people and bringing them out for evacuation. Wow. Can you hear the booms in the distance? If you have good headphones or a surround sound system, you can hear it, I'm sure. All right, top of the hour, viewer check-in. This is live, just in the outskirts of Kyiv. I'm opening the chat up. Everybody comment where you're tuning in from. Where are you watching this feed from? What city and what state? Or where in the world you are watching from? The chat will be open. Leave a comment. So buses that are coming, they're sending empty buses in and coming out with full buses. Sabin, Minnesota, Tennessee, Phoenix, Arizona, Toronto, Canada, Tennessee, Sabin. Connecticut, Louisville, still here. Cincinnati, Melbourne. Liverpool, Chaska, Clarissa, Minnesota. Canada, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Pennsylvania's tuned in. Miami, Florida. Also on Facebook, spam a reaction. Either like the video, share the stream. Like the video or share the stream. Or both. That would help. Exclamation mark notify on Facebook. In the chat. Let me make sure. Oh man, I don't think I have my another stream, another no chat bot. Dang, I keep forgetting. Also YouTube, like the video as well. You're at 628. You're nearing it. You're getting there. 1,000 is the goal on YouTube. Palo Alto, California is tuned in. Texas. Northern California, Boston, Brisbane, Australia, Wisconsin. Also YouTube. You guys, just a station check-in real quick. Station check-in. Mercado Media Productions on YouTube. Subscribe. Notification bell. Hit the subscribe button and notify, so you get notifications when we go live. Alright, subscribing on YouTube is free to do, and notifications are free. Mondays and Mondays only, or the chat is set for members only. Same with Facebook. I heard that. Heard that one. That one was loud. Same thing with Facebook, Mondays only. Station check-in. You guys are listening into likely the Irpin Bucha region getting evacuated outside of Kyiv. So this region. To the northwest. 651, smash the like. Southern California. Philippines is tuned in. Elkins, West Virginia. Oh snap, I'm watching on Facebook, not YouTube, trying to find the like button. It's in the bottom right. All the reactions on Facebook are in the bottom right of the chat box. Germany is tuned in. Trying to find any live feeds of the Maidan Square now that we lost it. Oh, thank you. I see it. I had to go to the discussion. There we go. Now we have audio from Kyiv again, or from the city center. So if there's any air raid alarms or anything near the city center, we have it again. So this is a live feed. City center. As the day starts, we're gonna get more and more. Fox Business. Fox Business is showing the same thing as Fox News. You guys hearing all that in the distance? Hello, all from Calgary, Greece, Macedonia, Australia. Where do they go from the buses to the border? Or however, how much are they going to destroy? I'm not sure. Hello from Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA. Hey, Ann. Like the video, Facebook. Again, share the stream. Supporter Monday. If you have the badge next to your name on Facebook, you're able to chat on Mondays only. And again, YouTube is Mondays only for the members in the chat. Alright guys, see you again in the next hour check-in. It's lagging. I'm not seeing it lag on my end. I'm not seeing anything on my end for poor analytics. Let's check the map, news map. The more live feeds that we get, the better. We can watch and listen. Because then you're seeing the source yourself, right? I mean, this is a live stream. So you're seeing this happen yourself. There's no middleman that you need. You can go to this channel yourself and watch this if you wanted. You don't even need me. So that's why I'm trying to find as many live feeds as we can to watch and listen for ourselves. This happening right here is going to be reported on later, right? There will be a mainstream news report about what you're looking at right now, later in the day or later tonight. And so that's why it's crucial, we watch these as much as we can whenever there is a live stream of anywhere during this war or any coverage, because then you guys are watching it. Oh, I can't do gotta hold off on the Jesus OG until the end of the stream. Tell you what, that strain is the strongest strain I've ever had, I think. I have not had anything stronger than Jesus OG. I literally need to save that. I cannot do that one. Debilitating. 420 friendly stream. I'm a strong advocate for harm reduction. I'm in recovery. I heard another explosion. Over 3 years clean from my substance of abuse. And so marijuana and 420 safety meetings have helped me significantly. I was sober for a year after. I was in a program. I heard it again. Another explosion. I was followed the 12-step sobriety program for a year and did it. 12 steps sober, did it. But my mental health was still declining, and I still didn't have any motivation to like do anything with my life. So I was sober. It was great. You know, it wasn't completely sober, but I didn't have anything else. Lots of anxiety, though. Lots of uncontrolled anxiety. See the Maui Wowie. Look at that Uber. Wow. Someone said Uber earlier. They actually have Uber doing, like, some Uber driver is transporting people in and out. I think someone said Uber as a joke earlier or something in the chat. I can't remember, but there is an actual Uber car. Uber taking people in and out. Look out, doggo. It's a very active checkpoint right here. Yeah, Ukrainian cities are modern. This is, yeah. I'm not shocked to see the amenities that they have. It's still just, I guess, never watched a war play out live every minute like this. No, this is city. This is likely. This isn't the border. They haven't started the refugee feed yet. Reuters usually does the refugee feed. This is outside of Kyiv. They're live now. Here is the border. Refugees cross into Romania. This is the border. They have a feed every single day. This isn't the border. This is inside of Ukraine. This is still like right outside of Kyiv. You can hear explosions going off and everything. So this is in Irpin or Bucha, likely around. It's around the surrounding areas of Kyiv, and then this is the refugees at the border. You can see the difference. They have a border feed every day. That's also live too, so we can check in on that. This is a live feed of the border. The refugees, these are evacuees leaving their hometowns because of the war. So refugees, evacuees. They're not to the border yet. This is still, they're still in the city. They're outside the city. Good night, Maria. Wow. 20 minutes ago, Ukrainian artillery targeted gathering of Russian army at Shoronokobivka airfield near Kherson. So some counteroffensive. Ukrainians are launching some counteroffensive now. From yesterday, from last night into today. Ukrainian army, Okay, this is going to translate this. Oh, you can't. It's a post. Coming from Telegram. Ukrainian artillery targeted gathering of Russian army. Some counter. Again, here's the border. That's the refugees. We've seen this. This, I don't know what this is. A rice cake? Rice? They've been the refugees have been sharing those. And then again, the evacuees in Kyiv. Now let's check the updates. You can hear though. I can hear that though. That sounds so close. Let's check Twitter. Apparently, in Paris, Berlin, New York, Budapest, Slovakia, coffee, croissant. Okay, progress. Wow. Look at that. More, so this is more, so I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. We're tuned into the evacuees that are leaving the outskirts of Kyiv, capital city. Here's more video from the airstrikes in Kharkiv. Again, Kharkiv, border city. So that gets, I mean, most of the airstrike blips are inside of Kharkiv now. Continuously, all night, all the time. Here's more video coming out of there. Video from social media showing more apartment complexes that were indiscriminately struck by the Putin regime. So here's more video of apartment complexes in the Kharkiv region. From the airstrikes overnight. More video showing more apartment complexes in Kharkiv. More destruction. The city of Kharkiv. Alright, here's our daily intelligence update from the Ministry of Defense from the UK. Russia is probably targeting Ukraine's communications infrastructure in order to reduce Ukrainian citizens' access to reliable news and information. Russia reportedly... I wonder if they're going to work a deal to get more Starlink in there then. From Elon. Russia reportedly struck a TV tower in Kharkiv yesterday, suspending broadcast output. This follows a similar strike on a TV tower in Kyiv on 01 March 2022. So, they're reduce communications infrastructure is the next move. Ukrainian internet access is also highly likely being disrupted as a result of collateral damage from Russian strikes on infrastructure. Over the past week, internet outages have been reported in Mariupol, Sumy, Kyiv, and Kharkiv. That's why there's been no feeds have disappeared in Sumy and Kharkiv. Mariupol, we're not getting too many updates, but they're trying to take out their ability to post and share what's happening. What is Nightbot? It's our chat bot that routinely drops comments for links. It's a chat bot. Intelligence update. This is what Mariupol looks like now. Almost without connection and destroyed... Oh, this is Mariupol. Almost without connection and destroyed communications. This is the city that's supposed to be evacuated. Yeah, that last 2 days. The quote-unquote ceasefire. This is Mariupol. That's not good. You saw that video. Updated multiple times. So this is another map source. Green meaning movement. We update geolocated. Look at Kharkiv. All the orange. Orange is bombing, shelling, or explosions. And then red is visible destruction, residential damage. Or it's different levels of destruction on this map. Oh man, hear that? No denying that one. Sounds like a air defense. No denying that sound. Both, Devil Dog, both. I know, I heard it too, Josh. We do have the feed from the capital, so we hear air raid alarms. We hear them. That sounds like arty. You said that's arty? Artillery? Yeah, and this is the evacuees. Here, let's just listen in for a bit. Let's just listen in for a little bit here. Check updates, because we're hearing it right now. We are hearing it, so we gotta check the updates. Yeah, I'm hearing it. A man was killed in a shooting in Fort Pierce. Oh my god, dude, that's getting close. Oh my god, dude. Nothing new on the updates. Venezia Airport. That's more video of Kharkiv. Yeah, my Kyiv feed is up. I have no idea where this is, Bernard. This is this is what it was before, right? This is our Maidan Square feed. Here it is. This is the feed we've been watching, and then how long ago did it switch over? An hour ago? An hour and little under an hour and a half ago, it switched over to this live camera at a checkpoint. I don't know. And for OPSEC reasons, I don't think we would share, but yeah, this was the old Maidan Square feed. They switched to this. That's empty. Also, many of you that have been following me for 2 years, Andrew Kimmel, we got to add him to Andrew Kimmel to the Ukraine war coverage list. Andrew Kimmel is on his way to Ukraine. He's been doing this a lot longer than me and has resources like that I wish I had. So I'll have him someday. I'd much rather be there. And if I can at some point, at any point during this, I will work towards that. I don't have any of the resources or capabilities to do it right now. Here's more on the location reportedly from today showing fires in Mariupol, Ukraine. So some more information about the Mariupol, those fires coming out of it, where the supposed ceasefire was taking place the last 2 days, but have not.
Надо еще одного медика, как минимум, сюда. Ну, скоро мы...
The Russians have not stopped bombing around it.
Оставлять там.
А що, веземо автобусом туди?
No, Andrew Kimmel.
Автобус їде, побери машину.
Of course, Josh. Alright, stay tuned in on my DoorDash. Alright. I'll be right back.
Алло. Повертай, я тут, от преса стоїть, я то на них. Назад верни. Так, а... Да, де ти? Та я стою от возле там, де блоки зложені.
Grandpa is looking for the car. He felt that this car is for him, the blue one.
Якщо у вас є різні близькі, то можна сказати, що люди повинні.
А чия та машина?
Вон он идет. Нет, ну что ты быстрее, может чуть подолго идем.
Алло. Алло. Да, привет, привет. Так. Вас оттуда забрать. Алло. А вы?
you know where refugees are? Where the refugees are, we can actually give the lift to Kyiv, to some people.
Over here.
Where? Okay, fine. За автобусом десь там зупиниться, я
Coming
пошукаю.
from here?
Yeah, I understand. My son actually evacuated one day ago from Bucha. And his street is completely destroyed. I know. Thanks a lot.
Alright, I'm back. This is live in Kyiv. Bombings. I'm hearing artillery. Hearing more artillery in the background, just as I get back here. Thank you, Fabino, for becoming a follower. Thank you, Desiree. This is outside of Kyiv, the capital city. Likely in the Irpin region. Likely Irpin. Sorry, that was a little loud. So this is likely in the Irpin region. I guess I'm pretty loud. I guess I'm loud enough. Hard to tell because I have my Pro, my Mix Amp Pro turned up actually on my end more, so I can hear. So actually, I can hear even louder. Here's the refugees on the border. Nicola, thank you, Nicola Higgins and Love Labs back to back. Nicola Higgins and Love Labs back to back. Yeah, I heard it more too. That's happening outside of Kyiv, likely in the Irpin region. I'm not too loud. Okay. This mic is solid too. Best. I got this before the war even started. This microphone. My old mic would have been annoying to do this stream with. The old mic I had was like Walmart. Here comes another bus. Danielle, thank you. Shout out to YouTube for $15,000 raised for the IRC. Crisis in Ukraine. Donate now. Over 1 million refugees that have been forced to flee Ukraine. The IRC is on the ground in Poland supporting displaced children and families with vital supplies. This is a refugee live feed, and then these are evacuees.
Давайте туда, чем дальше, вот туда.
That's not, I don't like that. Oh, they're just using the ambulance for, okay. They're using all available resources to get people out. Look at the dog. Has a tracksuit on. Yeah, use emergency services. Military using the ambulance. Using ambulance to get people out. Likely, oh, those are all the artillery. Cheryl, these are Astro A40s. Just look up Astro A40. I know. Came in strong. I was like, what is happening? We had to learn how to drive that type of a bus in the back in the Middle East. We had those. We had a couple of those. Or a variant of that. Got a license on that. Russian army destroyed Protsk Pokrovskaya church in... Wow.
Матросов не разубили. Я не знаю, мы 12 дней мы... Пятая линия.
Это что вы имеете в виду?
Tonight, in the village of Visvika in the Zhytomyr region, the Church of Intercession of the Blessed Virgin, built in 1862, was cynically destroyed. That church was built in 1862, apparently. More and more people are getting out as the... Look at that truck compared to like what the Russians have. Even that's an MRAP, right? Look very similar to, or it's something like an MRAP.
Куда в конец? Конец оставляйте, приходят, все оттуда ходит, тут забираете. Вот это все хотят туда прорваться.
Like it was a Cayman? Could have been a Cayman. Russia's using vehicles from the 80s, 70s. Let's check the latest quick. "209 people, including 133 civilians, including 5 children, died in the Kharkiv region as a result of hostilities." Kremlin announces humanitarian corridors to Russia, Belarus. State-controlled RIA news outlet wrote that Russia will proclaim a ceasefire to evacuate civilians. Prior to Ukrainian attempts to evacuate civilians from Mariupol were halted after Russia breached the ceasefire. For sure. Yep. Alright, no. After 2 times. Nothing new from the Kyiv Independent. I am ex-military, yes. Yeah, started from 2012 to 2020. Gas prices in Europe exceeded 3,600 per 1,000 cubic meters. Oh. Head of the self-proclaimed Luhansk People's Republic, Paschnik, claims that almost the entire territory has been, quote, liberated.
I'm so sorry.
Container for cluster ammunition after shelling in Mykolaiv. Finnish brands Vallejo. I don't even know what that means. Those brands are leaving Russia. 1862. All right, I turned that up some. I know you guys should be able to hear it better. All right, it's top of the hour. This is live still. Top of the hour viewer check-in. I'm refreshing the chat, opening it up. Everybody check in. Where are you tuned in from? Top of the hour viewer check-in. Also, station check-in. Mercado Media Productions. This is who you're tuned into. Mercado Media Productions on Facebook. Everybody check in. Comment what city, what state you're tuned in from. Mercado Media Productions on Facebook. Drop a follow. Everybody spam the care react. There you go. Care react for Ukraine. Spam the care reaction. Mercado Media Productions. Mercado Media Productions on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Oregon Coast is tuned in. Still here from Kalamazoo, Michigan, Phoenix, Richmond area, Maine, Dallas, Texas. Subscribe and make sure you hit the notification bell. Follow, make sure you click favorites so that way you get every single stream, every single notification. Golden Valley's tuned in, Salt Lake City, Sleepers, Chicago, Illinois, Willis, Texas. And also what we've been watching is a live feed just outside the city of Kyiv, the capital city. Likely near likely near Irpin and Bucha. So they've been evacuating across this bridge. Lots of picture coming out and likely evacuation areas around the city of Kyiv. So you're watching these are the refugees that are coming in to the border from Ukraine. So here's where they end up at the border, and then here's where a lot of them, their journey of the evacuation, the journey begins here. They start here, then they work their way, and they're on their way to here. Cornwall, United Kingdom, Louisville, Kentucky still here is tuned in. San Antonio, Texas. Like the video too, YouTube. YouTube, you're at 811 likes. There's 1,700 people tuned in, almost 1,800. The goal is 1,000 every stream. The goal is 1,000. Just outside of Pickens, South Carolina, PDX, Oregon, tuned in. Also, share the stream on Facebook if you haven't. Thank you, Gabriel, for becoming a follower. Thank you, Maz, for sharing the stream. Fabino, thank you for the share. Desiree Randolph, thank you for becoming a follower. Again, Mercado Media Productions. Follow, set to favorites, all notifications, and live video. Follow settings. You got to do that yourself. Or exclamation mark notify in the chat on Facebook. But that's what you need to set on Facebook to get all notifications for these live feeds. If you've been missing them. Let's check this quick. Hold on. So these are evacuees that are getting out quickly. Greensboro, North Carolina. UK Scunthorpe only just made the check-in. You made it dark. You made it dark light. Michigan, I'm starting to hear some more artillery in the distance too. Yeah, they're going in and out. Going in, getting people, bringing them out. Minnie Cooper going in. We already saw an Uber car go in. They're sending those buses in. They sent a whole convoy of buses in from the north of the Netherlands. Thank you, Cheryl. Here comes another one. They're coming in fast. The reporters in the street gotta get out of the way. Look at that, they got a whole nother line of buses ready to send in. Looks like they drop them off and then they go restage. I wonder what type of security these buses have. They have to have like security going to get the people. Good morning, good morning. Also join our Discord server. This is live, everyone. This is a live feed. Wow.
Шість чоловіків сюди! Бігом!
Мужчини, сюди!
Шість чоловіків бігом на евакуацію!
Сюди, мужики!
Yeah, this is evacuation. $50 to the RC. What are they doing? Oh, come on.
Так, під за ручки збоку взяли і опустили легесенько. Тримайте! Підняли! 3-4! Піднімайте! Підняли! Піднімай! Вище! Ну вище! Назад верні!
Yeah, we can come back when that person's helped out.
Оп! Став!
Russian troops entered the Mykolaiv airport, head of regional administration. Mykolaiv airport, head of regional administration. That's not good. Mykolaiv. Russian troops entering the Mykolaiv airport. Hearing more artillery in the distance. Look at the glass. No? Maybe that's just how it is in the back of the... Does the glass look shattered on the... Buses are going in and taking them out. Alright, y'all. See you at the next top of the hour check-in. Mondays. Monday chat feature is set to members and subscribers only. Chat, the video isn't going to change. You guys are still all able to tune in. But Mondays are for members and subscribers of the media page in the chat. Only Mondays.
Чекай. Що у нас? Надо другу сторону пока. О. Мне надо быть. Выйдете и поставьте ножку. Пустите ножку, давай поставьте. Все, так, добре.
Τα τρία άτομα που βλέπετε πίσω μου είναι μέλος του πυροσβέστη. Τα τρία άτομα που βλέπετε πίσω μου είναι στο πλήρωμα του ασθενοφόρου που φορούν κράνος, αλεξίσφαιρα γυλαίκα και μπαίνουν μέσα στην εμπόλεμη ζώνη έτσι ώστε να παραλάβουν τους τραυματίες.
Excuse me?
Sorry.
Смотрите, у него обычный бус, у него не скорая. Надо или нет? Хорошо.
Gotta go in and get more people now. Brave ass people, dude. Going in and gotta get more now. Nope. Quickly back in. Out of the way. And back in they go. Oh, what happened? Is that going to be it from there? No. What's going on? Just fed. What happened? Wonder if they lost their feed. Uh-oh. This one's still going. Okay, well, we'll have to... Hopefully that is going to come back on. Yeah. Let's check the latest. Dozens of captured Russian soldiers in Sumy. Russian army artillery shelling targeted Isium 3 Derichi. One civilian killed at Kotskotovna Street. Multiple wounded, including children. Their feed is down. I'm wondering, is there another feed of that? Is there anyone else that's live there? Or is that just it? A road sign in Odessa. No, this feed went down. Alright, let's check in the latest then. Latest news. Yeah, it was. Spam the blue and yellow hearts for the people of Ukraine in the chat. Show our support. Shout out to YouTube for $15,000 raised. International Rescue Committee. Tape turn. Coming up. Oh, their tape turn. What was the... So it's switching over to... Oh, what was it? Then they're switching it to... Whatever this is going to be.
Группировка войск Луганской Народной Республики, продолжая наступательные действия, взяла под контроль населенные пункты. Смолениново, Воеводовка, Кременная, Кудряшовка, Боровеньки, Курдовка и Замоловка. Продвижение составило 6 километров. Подразделения вооруженных сил Донецкой Народной Республики установили контроль над населенными пунктами Азов, Новотатаровка.
I don't know what this is.
Подразделения народной милиции Донецкой Республики.
This is from Russia, though.
В городе Мариуполь. Основные боестолкновения велись на западе города Новоселовки,
No closed captioning.
и на востоке в Найденовке и Азов-Кольцо. Вчера.
This is Russia. You got the Russian flag on his shoulder. $10 to the IRC. Thank you, Coach Brian. Thank you, Coach Brian. Kira, thank you for the share. Clint, thank you for the share. Daniel, Kira. Go back to the list. Oops. Russia announces third attempt at creating humanitarian corridors after its military has Violated it twice. Russian government media report that a Russian delegation flew to Belarus for a third round of talks. Here you go. So this was 7 minutes ago. Russian government media report that a delegation is flown. So we're back in. That's back live in the square now. Maidan Square feed. They got that back now. Check the Discord war room. Yeah, they got this back now. This is Victory Square. So we're back at the Maidan Square again. Victory Square feed is live. As well as the Sky camera from Washington Post across the skyline. The Fox News live look. And the refugee camera. Russian delegation en route for a third round of negotiations. From the president. Informed the Prime Minister of India about countering Russian aggression. India appreciates the assistance to its citizens during the war and Ukraine's commitment to direct peaceful dialogue at the highest level. Grateful for the support of the Ukrainian people. Stop Russia. Here you go. Let's tune in.
Ukraine respectfully requests that the court indicate the following provisional measures.
Let's tune in.
A. The Russian Federation shall immediately suspend the military operations commenced on 24 February 2022 that have as their stated purpose
this is the International Criminal Court.
Prevention and punishment of a claimed genocide in the Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast of Ukraine.
Spark up.
B. The Russian Federation shall immediately ensure that any military or irregular armed units which may be directed or supported by it, as well as any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control, direction and influence, take no steps in furtherance of the military operation which have as their stated purpose and objective preventing or punishing Ukraine for committing genocide. C. The Russian Federation shall refrain from any action and shall provide assurances that no action is taken that may aggravate or extend the dispute that is the subject of this application or render this dispute more difficult to resolve. D. The Russian Federation shall provide a report to the court on measures taken to implement the court's order on provisional measures 1 week after such order, and then on a regular basis to be fixed by the court. End of quote. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Registrar. As already mentioned, immediately after the application and the request for indication of provisional measures were filed, the Registrar transmitted certified copies thereof to the government of the Russian Federation. He also notified the Secretary General of the United Nations. According to paragraph 74, Article 74, paragraph 1 of the Rules of Court, a request for the indication of provisional measures shall have priority over all other cases. Paragraph 2 of the same provision states that the court shall proceed to a decision on the request as a matter of urgency. As previously noted, this imperative must be balanced with the need to fix the date of oral proceedings in such a way as to afford the parties an opportunity to be represented at the hearings. Consequently, the parties were informed that the date for the opening of the oral proceedings, during which they could present their observations on the request for indication of provisional measures, had been fixed for Monday, 7 March 2022 at 10 a.m.
That's right now.
I would now like to welcome the delegation of Ukraine. The agent of Ukraine is present in the Great Hall of Justice. The agent is accompanied by members of Ukraine's delegation, some of whom are physically present in the Great Hall of Justice, while others are participating in the hearings remotely. For purposes of this single round of oral argument, Ukraine has available to it a 3-hour sitting. In this sitting, Ukraine may, if required, avail itself of a short extension beyond 1 p.m. today, in view of the time taken up by these introductory remarks. Before giving the floor to the agent of Ukraine, I wish to draw the attention of the applicant to Practice Direction 11, which states as follows. In the oral proceedings on request for the indication of provisional measures, parties shall limit themselves to what is relevant to the criteria for the indication of provisional measures as stipulated in the statute, rules, and jurisprudence of the court. They should not enter into the merits of the case beyond what is strictly necessary for that purpose. I now give the floor to the agent of Ukraine, Mr. Anton Kornievich. You have the floor, sir.
International Criminal Court, this is that court we've been waiting for.
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it is a great honor to appear before you as the agent of Ukraine. It is also a solemn responsibility. We are here today in this building called the Peace Palace, but at home my country faces a war of aggression. I'm standing here in a room called the Great Hall of Justice, but at home my countrymen see only the injustice of Russia's bombs and missiles falling on our cities and neighborhoods. As I stand before the court, Ukrainians are under deadly attacks. Millions of people are in imminent danger. The United Nations top human rights officials warns that there are significant civilian casualties. Russia's assault on Ukraine has prompted over 1.5 million people to flee the country. Many more are internally displaced. More than 15,000 people, most of them women and children, have taken shelter in Kyiv's subway tunnels. Babies are born underground there in tunnels, and hospitals are being shelled. All of this is a dire reality the people of Ukraine face now. I serve as President Volodymyr Zelensky envoy to the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, but the war is preventing me from doing my job. We can no longer provide state services to our citizens who reside in occupied territory, including the administrative services, education, medical services, for instance, COVID vaccinations with internationally recognized vaccines. This is, of course, not the first time that Ukraine has experienced firsthand Russia's disrespect for international law. Now the world understands the depth of its disrespect and the hate of its cruelty. The fact that Russia's seats are empty speaks loudly.
Wow,
they are not here in this court of law.
They're not there.
They are on a battlefield, waging aggressive war against my country. This is how Russia solves disputes. But Ukraine has another position and respects international law and this court of law. But even still, Russia knows that international law matters. Why else would Russia try to justify its aggression? This war, Russia says, is to stop a genocide. I quote Russia's president from the morning he ordered the invasion of Ukraine. He said, quote, "We had to stop that atrocity, that genocide," end of quote. The purpose of the war, he said, was to protect people from genocide. This is a horrible lie. Putin lies, and Ukrainians, our citizens, die. It is not Ukraine who commits genocide. It is Russia and its political leadership and military personnel who commit crimes against humanity and war crimes on the territory to denazify Ukraine from its democratic government. I have heard others note that Europe has not seen such aggression and conflict since World War II. It is indeed appropriate to recall World War II, but for different reasons. We should recall that in World War II, Ukrainians and Russians fought together and died together to stop evil. We should recall that on the ashes of Europe after the Second World War, the world built the modern pillars of international law. Two of these pillars stand as the most important: The world witnessed aggression, and it answered with the Charter of the United Nations. The world witnessed the Holocaust, and it answered with a convention to prevent and punish the crime of genocide. The world said never again to the twin evils of Nazism, aggression and genocide. Unfortunately, today, Russia has perverted those words. It does not treat the duty to prevent and punish genocide as a sacred obligation. It treats it as a weapon. With its false claim of genocide, Russia uses one pillar of modern international legal order to destroy the other. By falsely claiming genocide to justify its crime of aggression and acts of aggression, Russia has defiled the Genocide Convention. Madam President, distinguished members of the Court, Ukraine's case is straightforward. Russia accuses Ukraine of committing genocide. Ukraine denies that claim in the strongest possible terms, and we will prove it. Russia claims that in order to stop a non-existent genocide, it can invade a sovereign state, Ukraine. Ukraine rejects this baseless claim. My message to Russia is this: let us settle our dispute like civilized nations. Lay down your arms and put forward your evidence. Ukraine respects this court and follows its orders. Russia must as well. But if Russia will not return to international law on its own, the court has the power to act. With respect, the court has responsibility to act. Russia consented to your jurisdiction under the Genocide Convention. Now it is abusing and violating that convention in order to kill Ukrainians and destroy Ukraine. Russia must be stopped, and the court has a role to play in stopping it. That is why the people of Ukraine, the government of Ukraine, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, ask you respectfully but urgently to grant our request for provisional measures. Madam President, members of the court, Ukraine's Council here will explain why provisional measures are not only warranted, but vitally necessary. First, Professor Jean-Marc Touvenin will explain that the court has prima facie jurisdiction. Second, Mr. David Zayans will provide the factual background showing that Russia's allegations of genocide are absolutely false. Third, Ms. Marnichik will explain that the rights claimed by Ukraine in this case are at a minimum plausible, which is sufficient for provisional measures to be indicated. Fourth, Mr. Jonathan Gimblent will explain that the Ukrainian people are vulnerable in an urgent need of the court's protection. Fifth, Professor Harold Honju-Ko will explain the measures Ukraine requests and why those measures must be ordered. Finally, Ms. Oksana Zolotaryova, co-agent of Ukraine, will conclude and present Ukraine's closing statement and final submissions. On behalf of Ukraine, I thank the court for the urgency you showed in convening this hearing. I thank you, Madam President, for your urgent communication to the Russian Federation under Article 74, Paragraph 4 of the court rules. I thank the court in advance for your careful attention this morning, and I thank the court for being mindful of the extreme urgency which exists now as you deliberate. If ever there was a moment in which to exercise your power to order provisional measures, this is that moment. I now ask you to give the floor to Professor Jean-Marc Touvenin.
Thank you, Mr. Kornievich. I now invite Professor Jean-Marc Touvenin to take the floor.
This is the International Criminal Court. This is what everybody's been waiting for. Share the stream. Russia isn't there.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President,
distinguished members of the court. Counsel who are appearing before you today would like you to know how honoured they are to do so. This is not just polite lip service, it's obvious given how much respect and confidence that this World Court, the principal judicial organ of the UN, the World Court, inspires and gives a solid weight to the conviction shared by those who come to this bar, that international law is not an empty promise. Today, the feeling which strikes me, which strikes us all, not only on this side of the bar, but everywhere in Ukraine and beyond, everywhere in the world, is that of extreme urgency to hear your court play its full part in the action undertaken by the United Nations and the world. Extreme urgency to bring to an end without delay this war purporting to prevent an alleged genocide and the punishment launched against leaders, launched against Ukraine, its leaders, its people, its identity, against its very existence by President Vladimir Putin on 24 February 2022. This under the guise of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Now, some people will say that 24 February 2022 is a black day in the history of the Convention for 48. In truth, at that date, Russia reduced it to confetti. Your court, Madam President, distinguished members of the court can, and I believe must, make it whole again. And I'm sure that you will do so, but that will take time, and time, well, that's one thing we don't have. And that's why Ukraine requests your court to act swiftly, indicating the provisional measures requested. You can do it. And Ukraine believes that you must do it. All the conditions are met for this, and I will demonstrate, as you've already heard, that your jurisdiction, which need only be prima facie, is established. Following me, Mr. Zayons will demonstrate the total emptiness of those allegations of genocide proffered by Russia. Then Ms. Cheek will show that those rights whose protection is sought by Ukraine, the right not to be victim of a delusional interpretation and application of the Genocide Convention, the right not to see its territory devastated, its population terrorized in the name of the Genocide Convention, that these rights claimed by Ukraine are, according to the accepted formula, at least plausible. Mr. Gimblett will tell you we have unfortunately moved well beyond the risk of irreparable prejudice and that there is extreme urgency. I mean, really, it is the wholly relevant term here to avoid more death and destruction. Finally, Professor Coe will explain why the provisional measures requested by Ukraine are appropriate in the extraordinary current circumstances of the case, and the co-agent of Ukraine will wind up this morning's session. So let me come now to prima facie jurisdiction. In this respect, Madam President, Ukraine would like to point out that Russia decided not to appear before you without giving the least explanation, justification for that. Let me point out that in other cases, Russia argued tooth and nail that you lacked jurisdiction. As prolix as its able counsel were then, here Russia remains silent. You will see there Russia's acknowledgement that they cannot challenge the prima facie jurisdiction of your court. And Ukraine shares this opinion. Madam President, distinguished members of the court, as you have recalled a number of times, and recently indeed again, I quote, the court may indicate provisional measures if the provisions relied on by the applicant appear prima facie to afford a basis on which its jurisdiction could be founded. but need not satisfy itself in a definitive manner, that it has jurisdiction as regards the merits of the case. Now, your powers and competencies are founded on Article 36, Paragraph 1 of your statute and Article 9 of the Genocide Convention. This latter text is well known to the court, but I'm going to quote it nonetheless. Disputes between the contracting parties relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the present convention, including those relative to the responsibility of a state for genocide or for any other acts enumerated in Article 3, shall be submitted to the International Court of Justice at the request of any of the parties to the dispute. End of quote. Now, ratione personae jurisdiction requires no debate. Russia and Ukraine are both parties to the Genocide Convention, and neither of them have made a reservation which is currently in force. Regarding ratione materiae jurisdiction, what you have to check at the stage of provisional measures is the prima facie existence of a dispute relative to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Convention. Now, the key points of your case law with respect to the concept of dispute, which are recalled in the Marshall Island case, can be summarized as follows. A dispute is a disagreement on a point of law or fact, a conflict of legal views or interests between parties. For a dispute to exist, it must be shown that the claim of one party is positively opposed by the other. The two sides hold clearly opposite views concerning the question of the performance of non-performance of certain international obligations. Now, this is a substantive question. It's not formalistic or procedural, and it calls for an examination of the facts. Now, to this end, the court will, inter alia, take account of all declarations or documents exchanged in multilateral fora, and in so doing, the court accords particular attention to the author of the statement or document, their intended or actual addressee, and their content. The behaviour of the parties may also be taken into account, specifically in the absence of diplomatic exchanges. The disagreement need not necessarily be stated expressis verbis. As in other matters, the position or the attitude of a party can be established by inference, whatever the professed view of that party. In particular, the court has ruled that the existence of a dispute could be inferred from the failure of a state to respond to a claim in circumstances where a response is called for. Now, Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it is clear that Ukraine has many grievances to assert against Russia. But what is before you is a very delineated dispute. It's a dispute relative to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Genocide Convention. And it takes a twofold form. The first expression of this dispute relates to the fact that, according to Russia, Ukraine has committed genocide in the oblasts of Donetsk and Luhansk. This accusation lies at the heart of the decision of the Russian Federation of 2022. It is the only legal justification advanced by Russia to justify its attack on Ukraine as a whole. Now, this serious accusation doesn't date from 24 February 2022. In fact, Russia has repeated it consistently, even ever more vehemently for the last 8 years, as I shall now show. But before doing that, Madam President, may I point out that all the facts that I'm going to mention are all duly established in documents which can be found in the judges' folders, so you can consult them when that suits you. I would also like to point out that I will quote certain documents, some of which are in Russian.
I know it's dry. I know. I get it. And especially the voice. It's like sleepy. But this stuff is important.
In order to simplify the work of the interpreters. Now, for your comfort, a translation in English of the Russian language documents is also available.
I know it's dry, but this is where you're going to find out the truth.
So let me come to the facts, in particular to the allegations of genocide. As of 2014, the newspaper Nezavisimaya Gazeta, edited in Moscow, published an article, the French version of which was edited by the magazine Courrier International, entitled, I quote, Ukraine-Russia accusation of genocide towards a Kosovo-type scenario, question mark. Its author underlines that now the word genocide is heard more and more clearly, end of quotation, but pointed out that it will be extremely difficult for Russia to get Western countries' recognition of genocide in eastern Ukraine, end of quotation. Now, this article in the press came at the same time as the Russian Federation's investigation committee's opening of an inquiry into, I quote, the genocide of the Russian-speaking population living in the Oblast of Luhansk and Donetsk. The Russian Federation's investigation committee is an official Russian agency mandated with criminal prosecutions at federal level, which reports directly to the President of the Russian Federation. Its communique indicates that, and I quote, the investigation found that during the period from 12 April 2014 to the present, in violation of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, as well as other international legal acts prohibiting genocide, unidentified persons from among the top political and military leadership of Ukraine, the armed forces of Ukraine, the National Guard of Ukraine, and the right sector, I don't know how to translate that, gave orders to completely destroy specifically Russian-speaking populations living on the territory of the Donetsk and Luhansk republics. End of quote. In January 2015, new penal prosecutions were set in train by Russia following the alleged bombing of the east of Ukraine by the Ukrainian army. The investigation committee of Russia asserted, I quote them, So
right now he's going over the history of the reasoning for Russia entering the war for claiming there's genocide in the Donbass, and he's explaining how that wasn't fact, and then he's going to explain how this is genocide.
The prevention and punishment crime of genocide and others. End of quote. In February 2015, the world press, for example, Le Soir in Belgium, pointed out that the president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, had asserted that the refusal of the Ukrainian authorities to supply gas to the provinces in the east, I quote, already looked like genocide, end of quotation. On 10 September of the same year, an official communique of the Investigation Committee of Russia announced that it was going to initiate new prosecutions against an indefinite number of Ukrainian officials, including the Minister of Defense and other named military officials, on the grounds that they had allegedly violated, inter alia, the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. And during an interview with Russian media, Vladimir Markin, official representative of the Russian Prosecution Service, said, I quote him, I would like to remind you that current Russian legislation, as well as the norms of international law, allow Russian investigative bodies to prosecute these people. And we're talking about extraterritorial jurisdiction where the universal principle applies. the same official spelled out that Russia intended to exercise this extraterritorial jurisdiction, quoting, in cases provided by an international treaty of the Russian Federation if foreign nationals have not been prosecuted in a foreign state, end of quotation. In September 2017, the Russian Investigation Committee announced criminal proceedings against 20 other senior officials in Ukraine's defense ministry, including the Ministry of Defense himself. According to the representative of the Investigation Committee, the same Vladimir Markin, I quote him, these persons, in violation of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide and others, exercising the general control over military operations, gave deliberately criminal orders to the soldiers of law enforcement agencies of Ukraine to conduct targeted artillery shelling of civilian infrastructure. In November 2021, the President of the Russian Federation adopted a decree, a ukaz, with respect to eastern Ukraine. The ambassador of the Russian Federation in the contact group for the settlement of the situation in eastern Ukraine, Boris Kyiv, stated then that this decree was a response to the actions of Kyiv, I quote him, which actually fall under the United Nations Convention on the Prevention of Genocide, end of quote. Now, Madam President, distinguished members of the court, this is not some trivial event. Indeed, the accusation of a violation of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, repeated year after year by the Russian Prosecution Service, had just been rehearsed and ratified by one of the senior officials of the Russian Federation regarding international relations between Russia and Ukraine. The accusation from then on clearly took on an international character and was largely relayed by official media of Russia. Let's not get it wrong, agents, the TASS agency, of course, but also by RIA Novosti, other Russian media, clearly understanding the message, then put up headlines. What Kyiv is doing in the Donbass falls under the Genocide Convention. On 9 December 2021, the President of the Russian Federation maintained to a journalist of Russia Today that what's happening, and I'm quoting him, what's happening right now in the Donbass, you and I can see it. We know it. That is a genocide that you have mentioned. The assertion, this time, from the most senior official of the Russian state, its president, was obviously taken up by all official Russian media, inter alia TASS agency, but also by the world press. In France, for example, in Le Point. On 10 December 2021, the Vice President of the Duma Committee for International Affairs, Alexei Chepa, told Russia Today, that's official Russian media, that he unreservedly supported the words of the President of the Russian Federation. I agreed wholeheartedly, he said. His people are purely and simply being annihilated. The article of Russia Today recalls furthermore the position of Ambassador Boris Kyiv, whom I mentioned a little earlier, who had posited that Russia's grievance with Ukraine fell under the Convention of the United Nations on the Prevention of Genocide. On 16 February 2022, during the press conference at the end of a meeting between the President of the Russian Federation and the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, which concerned this meeting concerned specifically the threat of military action of Russia against Ukraine. the Russian president justified in advance such an action by accusing Ukraine of genocide. On 18 February 2021, the president, excuse me, error in my text, that should be, of course, 18 February 2022, the president of the Russian parliament, Vyacheslav Volodin, accused Ukraine once again of committing acts in the east of the country, acts which international agreements prohibit. And he spells it out clearer. If it's not genocide, then what is it? End of quotation. I quote him once again, warning that, I quote, the authors doubtless will be punished. Now, 3 days later...
He's using Russia's own reasoning for genocide in the Donbas, the whole reasoning for this happening, and he's using that, and he's going to twist it to...
Donetsk and Luhansk.
No, not twist it, but he's showing how they used BS reasoning to justify like the so-called genocide in the Donbas to do this, but there is actual genocide happening right now in this invasion.
As if the horror and genocide...
I know it's dry. I know it's really dry, and he's talking slow. The translator is. It's the translator. The guy speaking isn't speaking English.
In his speech of 24 February 2022, addressing once again the allegations reiterated by Russia since 2014 under the guise of the Genocide Convention, the Russian head of state accuses once again Ukraine of genocide, stating that the military action launched on that fateful day, I quote him here, the purpose of this operation is to protect people who for 8 years now have been facing humiliation and genocide perpetrated by the Kyiv.
He was introduced as a professor.
On 25 February 2020, Russian Federation's ambassador to the EU, Vladimir Chisov, confirmed in an interview with Euractiv that the allegation of genocide against Ukraine was done so with reference to the Genocide Convention. On 28 February 2022, the Russian Federation's foreign minister came back to the fray, accusing this time the EU of having taken the side of, I quote him, the Kyiv regime, which has embarked on a policy of genocide of its own population. Now, Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it serves nothing to accumulate any more evidence showing that what Russia reproaches Ukraine of, and which formed the basis of its decision to punish Ukraine militarily, is to have allegedly committed acts contravening the UN Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. Is this the cause of the dispute? Well, how could one possibly doubt it? Ukraine deeply disagrees with this allegation, which they always have found as totally grotesque. Ukraine let Russia know that time and time again, starting September 2014. In a report of the BBC, the advisor of the Minister of the Interior of Ukraine pointed out the Ukrainian prosecutor's offices had initiated penal prosecution against agents of the Russian Investigation Committee accused by Ukraine of aiding a terrorist organization in the Donbas and obstructing the application of the law and the work of state agents precisely because they had accused Ukraine of genocide in the Donbas. The advisor added that according to Ukraine, those accusations of genocide made by the suspects had as their sole objective the justification of the occupation of the Donbas. Now, I could stop there. It's so evident that when one state accuses the other of breaching the Genocide Convention and the other initiates judicial proceedings against the agents of the former on the grounds that they've been making false allegations, that a dispute relative to the interpretation, application or fulfillment of the Convention on Genocide is incontrovertibly established. Furthermore, the dismissal of Russian accusations as totally unfounded wasn't limited to Ukraine. You will remember, because it happened less than a month ago, on 16 February 2022, the US State Department had denounced the accusation of genocide advanced by Russia as aimed at fabricating a pretext to launch a military invasion of the Ukraine. As to the German Chancellor, he denounced the Russian accusation of genocide as laughable, triggering the ire of the Russian Federation's foreign minister. As to Ukraine, well, it once again showed its disagreement with Russia via its foreign minister. On 23 February 2022, before the UN General Assembly, when the ambassador of Russia to the United Nations Organization, Vasily Nebenzia, justified the lawfulness of the Russian recognition of the independence of Oblast of Donetsk and Luhansk, saying, you can see it on the left here of the screen, given the flagrant genocide and the trampling of the most important of human rights, the right to life, our country cannot remain indifferent to the fate of the 4 million people in the Donbass. Flagrant genocide? Mr. Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, responded, I quote him, Russia's accusations of Ukraine are absurd. Ukraine has never threatened or attacked anyone. Ukraine has never planned and does not plan any such action. Russia's actions and statements are outrageous, horrific, and go far beyond threatening Ukraine. In fact, in his address this week, Russian President Vladimir Putin overtly denied Ukraine's right to exist. End of quotation. On 26 February 2022, Ukraine's foreign minister forcefully reiterated the dismissal by Ukraine of accusations of violation of the Genocide Convention as being baseless. Let me quote the communique, which the judges can find in their folders. Ukraine strongly denies Russia's allegations of genocide and denies any attempt to use such manipulative allegations as an excuse for unlawful aggression. The crime of genocide is defined in the Genocide Convention, and under that convention, Russia's claims are baseless and absurd. Russia's claims of genocide as justification for its lawless conduct are an insult to the Genocide Convention and to the work of the international community in preventing and punishing the world's most serious crime. End of quote.
Odessa, sirens sounding.
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, these...
Odessa, there's sirens, and Kharkiv, there's more sirens.
Found the existence, at least, prima facie, of a dispute between the parties, which can be summed up as follows. Russia accuses Ukraine of engaging in acts and in a policy of genocide within the meaning of Article 2 of the Convention. Ukraine retorts that these allegations are absurd, even odious, because they are obviously legal window dressing for an armed aggression. This dispute...
Meanwhile, here's another school destroyed. School 18 destroyed in Russian army shelling of Chernihiv. This is Chernihiv up here. More shelling of this city, so there's more shellings here. School 18 destroyed by Russia.
But this does not exhaust the subject, because, as I said, the dispute includes a second, even more serious aspect, which concerns the actions that a state can or must take with regard to another state that is also party to the convention that it accuses of genocide. According to Russia, the denunciation of the alleged genocide that it blames on the Kyiv regime, calling it Kiev, the so-called Nazi junta led by President Zelensky, would authorize it and its continuation and to punish alleged perpetrators by means of a war against that state aimed at protecting the victims of the alleged genocide, tracking down those perpetrators, alleged perpetrators, and bringing them to trial. It is true, Madam President, distinguished members of the Court, that Article 1 of the Convention provides that states have the obligation to prevent and punish genocide. That is to say, in the words of your Court, and I quote, all means reasonable available to them should be used so as to prevent genocide so far as possible.
Thank Odin, a new translator.
It is also true, as the Court held, that according to Article 1 of the Convention, and I quote, the obligation of each state to prevent and to punish the crime of genocide is not territorially limited by the Convention. These are the words of the Court. End of quotation. However, nothing in the Convention authorizes a state to enter by force the territory of another state.
Hey, top of the hour viewer check-in. I'm going to open the chats. Comment where you're watching from. We're watching the International Criminal Court, the Hague trial, that everybody's been waiting for. We've been waiting for this since last week. This is that. I know it's kind of boring and dry, but this is where you're going to get the information.
That protection
comment where you're watching from. Make sure you like the video. Like the video, share the stream, subscribe to the channel, notifications on. This is the time of the night and stuff, things happen. And we're tuned in, or locked in. Let me know where you're tuned in from.
And you also added that while each state makes its own assessment of the human rights situation in a third country, and I quote the Court once again, the use of force could not be the appropriate method to monitor or ensure respect of these rights. End of quote. However, it is exactly the opposite that Russia claims through, in particular, but not only, its president. In his 21st February 2021 speech, referring to the events in Odessa in 2014, when the first allegations of genocide were made, the Russian president said,
whole world is tuned
and I quote,
in.
One shudders at the
Kingsland,
of the terrible tragedy in Odessa, where peaceful protesters were brutally murdered, burnt alive in the House of Trade Unions. The criminals who committed that atrocity have never been punished, and no one is looking for them. But we know their names. That's what the president said, the Russian president. And this was in February 2021, that we know their names and we will do everything to punish them, find them and bring them to justice. End of quote. The same leader also argued in his 24th
YouTube, you guys are 70 likes away. Like the video on YouTube, you're getting there.
Special military operation that, and I quote, its goal is to protect the people who have suffered abuse and genocide at the hands of the Kyiv regime for 8 years. The purpose of this operation is to protect people who for 8 years now have been facing humiliation and genocide perpetrated by the Kyiv regime. To this end, we will seek to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine, as well as bring to trial those who perpetrated numerous bloody crimes against civilians, including against citizens of the Russian Federation. End of quote. In other words, according to Russia, there is no other possible rationality for the justification put forward by its president at the very moment he ordered the invasion of Ukraine. The Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide gives him the right, perhaps even the duty or the responsibility, to prevent by denazifying and to punish by hunting down and by bringing to trial the alleged genocide perpetrated in Ukraine by means of a special military operation.
There you go, some music in the background. It's coming from Maidan Square.
Madam President, distinguished members of the Court, Ukraine strongly disagrees with Russia's interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Convention by Russia. As for Russia, it could not have been unaware that its views were positively opposed by Ukraine. What Russia could do under Article 8 was to call upon the organs of the United Nations. What Russia could have done under Article 9 was to file an application against Ukraine before this court. Ukraine argues that Russia, on the other hand, has strictly no right under the Convention to take the military action that began on 24th of February 2022, because, unlike Russia, Ukraine considers, as your court did in the Bosnia-Herzegovina genocide case, that on the basis of the Convention, and I quote, "It is clear that every state may only act within the limits permitted by international law." End of quote. Ukraine is resisting. Ukrainian men and women are suffering. Ukrainian men and women are dying. They could not have demonstrated their dispute with Russia more forcefully. Madam President, members of the court, the dispute over the interpretation, application, or the fulfillment of the 1948 Genocide Convention between Ukraine and Russia is not just about angry words. It is also forged in iron,
Arizona,
in flames, in blood, in screams and tears.
Appreciate that, Steve.
Your prima facie jurisdiction to hear this case is beyond doubt. Ukraine is asking you to exercise it by indicating the provisional measures that it has requested you to order. It is asking you to give substance to the conviction shared by a lot of those who stand here that international law is not just an empty promise.
All right, see everybody in an hour. Become a member or a subscriber to be able to comment on Mondays. Every hour I'll check in with you guys.
Attention,
Thanks for
as
tuning
always, and I would respectfully ask you to give the floor to Mr. David Science. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Juvenan, and I now give the floor to Mr. David Science. You have the floor, sir.
Professor and lawyer just spoke. Russia is not there.
Madam President, members of the court, I am honored to appear before you on behalf of Ukraine. Ukraine comes to this court because of a grotesque lie and to seek protection from the devastating consequences of that lie. The lie is the Russian Federation's claim of genocide in Ukraine. The consequences are unprovoked aggression, cities under siege, civilians under fire, humanitarian catastrophe, and refugees fleeing for their lives. You have just heard why Russia's claim of genocide, opposed by Ukraine, creates a dispute under the Genocide Convention over which the court has jurisdiction, certainly on a prima facie basis. I will now step back to explain the factual context of Russia's allegation so that the court can understand its falsity and the lack of any hint of plausibility.
Here we go, this is huge.
Russia would have the world believe that Ukraine launched a genocidal war on its own people in the Donbass. Even a basic understanding of the facts shows this to be false. In addressing the facts, 2 points should be stressed. First, the full history of Russia's mistreatment of Ukraine is not before the court. This case is about false claims of genocide in the war Russia launched to purportedly prevent and punish alleged acts of genocide. I will focus on only the background that will be most helpful to the court in appreciating the falsity of Russia's allegations. Second, In political forums, Russia presents a narrative based on forgeries, fakes, and distortions. In this legal forum, I will not present one country's narrative against another's. I will present the fact as documented by UN human rights bodies and officials and similarly credible, neutral observers. Madam President, in February 2014, the Ukrainian people rose up in a revolution of dignity. Russia responded with aggression, invading and occupying the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Then, as now, Russia's aggression was based on lies. Russia first denied that it had used its military. Then, President Putin admitted it. Then he claimed without basis that, quote, the Russian-speaking population was threatened, end quote. The international community rejected Russia's actions, and the UN General Assembly passed Resolution 68262, overwhelmingly reaffirming the territorial integrity of Ukraine, including Crimea. With Crimea occupied, Russia tried to apply the same tactics to the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine, spanning the Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. But Russia did not find support. So instead, it looked to illegal armed groups to advance its agenda. These groups called themselves the Donetsk People's Republic, or DPR, and the Luhansk People's Republic, or LPR. This is how the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine described the DPR and LPR in May of 2014, the earliest days of the conflict. The mission is concerned with the undermining of human rights protection and guarantees of fundamental freedoms for the population of the town where buildings are occupied by armed persons, as well as the broader population of eastern Ukraine. Specifically, the UN mission is concerned about the rise in the number of reported cases of intimidation, harassment, and killings, as well as the wave of abductions and unlawful detentions of journalists, activists, local politicians, representatives of international organizations, and members of the military. 1 month later, the UN Human Rights Mission reported as follows: violence and lawlessness have spread in the regions of Donetsk and Luhansk. Having gained access to deposits of weapons, the armed groups increasingly started spreading violence. Increasingly, attacks target ordinary people who take no part in the fighting. And here's the UN Human Rights Mission 1 month after that, in July 2014. Grave human rights abuses have been committed by those armed groups. And it must be remembered that these groups have taken control of Ukrainian territory and inflicted on the populations a reign of intimidation and terror to maintain their position. Ukraine was therefore faced with illegal armed groups controlling territory, murdering civilians, and waging a campaign of terror. Any responsible government in this situation would work to restore law, order, and respect for human rights. And that is what Ukraine did. The early history of Ukraine's operation is documented, again, by the UN monitoring mission. It reports on Ukraine's efforts to limit the operation, calling an early stop to it in observance of Easter. But Ukraine was compelled to resume the operation, quote, following the discovery of the bodies with alleged signs of torture of Volodymyr Rybak, Kharkiv city councillor, and Yuri Popravko, a student and Maidan activist from Kyiv, in a river near Slovyansk on 19 April. This refers to a well-known incident discussed at the UN Security Council in which Mr. Rybak was kidnapped, tortured, and assassinated by the DPR for the crime of raising the Ukrainian flag. Ukraine resolved to secure its territory and protect its people. On their own, and without meaningful popular support, it is difficult to imagine the DPR and LPR maintaining any territory for long. But these illegal armed groups found eager sponsors in Russia. In December 2014, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission reported that, quote, the total breakdown in law and order and the violence of fighting in the eastern regions, end quote, was, quote, fueled by the cross-border inflow of heavy and sophisticated weaponry as well as foreign fighters, including from the Russian Federation, end quote. The ICC Office of the Prosecutor has likewise tied the increased intensity of fighting to influxes of troops, vehicles, and weaponry from the Russian Federation. Over time, Russia's influence and control and overt role in the conflict grew, and in 2018, Ukrainian legislation declared the Donbas occupied territory. Fueled by Russia, the carnage in eastern Ukraine grew.
More protesting, Kherson.
I will highlight only one example. The shelling of a residential district in Mariupol on 24 January 2015. 30 civilians died in the attack. According to the UN Secretary General, the attackers fired indiscriminately into civilian areas. The Undersecretary General for Political Affairs elaborated that they knowingly targeted a civilian population.
That's on the 24th.
I should add that Mariupol is a Russian-speaking city.
Oh.
Russia's claim to be the protectors of Russian-speaking people in Ukraine did not protect Mariupol from a barrage of Russian rockets in 2015. Just as it is not protecting Mariupol today from a Russian siege army that is bombarding the city and cutting off its power, water, and heat. Madam President, members of the court, these are the circumstances in which Russia claims that Ukraine has been committing genocide against its own people. It would be an understatement to say that Russia has provided no evidence for acts of genocide in the course of this conflict.
All claims.
The closest President Putin has come to even explaining his allegation of genocide is to assert, as he did on 21 February of this year, that, quote, not a single day goes by without Donbas communities coming under shelling attacks, end quote. This is another flagrant lie for which Russia has offered no support. Shortly, Ms. Cheek will apply the definition of genocide under Article 2 of the Convention and show that no such acts have been committed. For now, I will make 3 factual points. First, Ukrainian civilians on both sides of the contact line have suffered from a conflict which Russia has funded and fueled and increasingly waged itself. Tragically, Ukraine's adversaries have had no regard to the lives of civilians on their side of the line. This is not Ukraine's position alone. It is a fact documented by the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission, quote, the armed groups are locating their military assets in and conducting attacks from densely populated areas, thereby putting the whole civilian population at risk. The civilians on both sides of the line are Ukrainian, and Ukraine regards every civilian death in this conflict as a tragedy. But to claim that Ukraine targets civilians is to distort facts. As I noted a moment ago, in the course of this conflict, top UN officials condemned the DPR for knowingly targeting a residential area. You will not find anything that comes close to that about Ukraine. Second, if there were attacks on civilians rising to the level of genocide, allegedly warranting an armed invasion, one would think there must have been a massive recent escalation in civilian casualties, at the least.
Wow.
Yet that is transparently not the case. UN human rights monitors have tracked the year-over-year civilian casualties in the conflict. The UN statistics on your screen show a dramatic decrease. These figures, moreover, cover both sides and do not reflect any conclusion of civilians being targeted.
Wow, look at that.
To be clear,
15.
Ukraine regards as tragic each of the 15 deaths recorded as of the date of the most recent report in 2021. But Russia's claim that Ukraine is targeting civilians is a clear fabrication.
Clear fabrication.
Indeed, as recently as 22 December 2021, the OSCE announced a renewed ceasefire agreement. As further explained in a recent report by The Guardian, quote, the OSCE logs regular firing between Moscow armed separatists and Ukrainian soldiers. In recent months, this low-level conflict has been relatively calm, as Russia has moved 150,000 troops to Ukraine's borders, and Ukrainian soldiers have been under instructions not to return fire, end quote. Third, if one point should be clear from my presentation, it is that UN human rights monitors have been meticulously tracking the conflict in Donetsk and Luhansk from its inception to the present. In 8 years of reporting, there is not a single hint of any act of genocide. The OSCE has logged every ceasefire violation, and you will not find in its reports any evidence of genocide. Ukraine has recognized the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, whose jurisdiction includes the crime of genocide. The Office of the Prosecutor has been examining the situation for 7 years and found evidence of crimes, but has never said a word about genocide. In short, Russia's claim is that a genocide has occurred under the noses of diligent UN fact-finders, OSCE monitors, and ICC prosecutors.
Undermining them.
It defies credulity. I turn finally to the present.
Russia's garbage.
For months,
the
world watched Russia mass its forces along Ukraine's borders. Yet as recently as 31 January 2022, at a meeting of the UN Security Council, the permanent representative of Russia reacted angrily to suggestions that Russia planned to invade. He mockingly called on the United States to, quote, show us at least some evidence, apart from bogus narratives fabricated in their own heads, that Russia intends to attack Ukraine. That was a lie. Little more than 3 weeks later, Russia did attack Ukraine. The same permanent representative would justify his country's invasion based on claims of genocide. Another lie. To the end, Russia appeared desperate to manufacture a casus belli. But plans to stage false flag attacks were exposed. Shelling was intensified along the contact line to provoke retaliation, but Ukraine would not oblige. On 17 February, a horrific act of violence did occur in Luhansk Oblast when a kindergarten was attacked. The OSCE called this indiscriminate shelling. Yet the kindergarten was in government-controlled territory. As Human Rights Watch reported from the ground, the attack appeared to have been committed, quote, by Russia-backed armed groups, end quote. Russia thus found itself eager to invade Ukraine, but lacking any conceivable justification. So Russia settled on its lie. President Putin would dramatically trumpet his accusation of genocide. Russia would recognize the DPR and LPR as independent states on the basis of the genocide they allegedly faced. And Russia would invade Ukraine for the express purpose of protecting the people of Donbass from this fabricated genocide and to punish the supposed génocidaire. With the groundwork laid, the claim of genocide invoked, Russia proceeded to unleash the military aggression that is now horrifying the world. Madam President, members of the court, as we speak, Russian speakers in Ukraine are indeed under attack. Ukrainians are under attack regardless of what language they speak. They are under attack from Russia. Médecins Sans Frontières reported 2 days ago that, quote, the humanitarian situation in Mariupol is catastrophic, end quote. The predominantly Russian-speaking city of Kharkiv is under barbaric attack.
Every day.
With cluster munitions being launched indiscriminately at residential areas. According to a UN report, in the first 6 days of Russia's war, there were nearly as many civilian casualties as in the last 5 years of the Donbass conflict. And that is just confirmed casualties, with the UN recognizing that the real number is much higher and climbing every day. Yet Russia has the gall to massacre Ukrainians and call it protection. Russia has the gall to attempt to overthrow a democratically elected government and call it punishment of Nazis. Russia has the gall to accuse Ukraine of a fake genocide and to rain very real destruction and terror on the 44 million inhabitants of a sovereign state. Madam President, the facts are undeniable. Russia's allegations of genocide are false and outrageous. I respectfully ask that you call on Ms. Marnichik, who will explain the plausibility of the rights Ukraine asserts under the Genocide Convention.
I thank Mr. Zients, and I now invite Ms. Marnichik to take the floor. You have the floor, Ms. Cheek.
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it is an honor to appear before you again on behalf of Ukraine. I will discuss the rights that Ukraine seeks to preserve through its request for provisional measures. As stated in this court's order on provisional measures in the Gambia versus Myanmar, and here I substitute Ukraine for the Gambia, quote, at this stage of the proceedings, the court is not called upon to determine definitively whether the rights which Ukraine wishes to see protected exist. It need only decide whether the rights claimed by Ukraine on the merits and for which it is seeking protection are plausible. In this case, the rights asserted by Ukraine are plausible, as they are, to again quote the court in Belgium v. Senegal, grounded in a possible interpretation of the Convention. Indeed, the rights that Ukraine asserts are grounded in a good faith interpretation of the Convention, while Russia's use of the Genocide Convention to try to mask its unlawful invasion of Ukraine can only be described as proceeding in bad faith in violation of the Convention. This morning, I will first describe the rights and obligations that exist under the Genocide Convention. Second, I will explain that there is no plausible evidence of genocide in the Donbas region of Ukraine. Third, and finally, I will elaborate on Ukraine's right to demand good faith performance and to not be subjected to abuse or misuse of the Genocide Convention. So let me first describe generally the rights and obligations under the Genocide Convention. Article 1 of the Genocide Convention confirms that genocide is a crime under international law, which the contracting parties, quote, undertake to prevent and punish. This court has interpreted Article 1, observing in the Bosnia genocide case that while the Genocide Convention, quote, does not expressis verbis require states to refrain from themselves committing genocide, that is precisely what the duty to prevent genocide necessarily implies. The court went on to further explain the obligation to prevent genocide as follows. Quote, a state's obligation to prevent and the corresponding duty to act arise at the instant that the state learns of, or should normally have learned of, the existence of a serious risk that genocide will be committed. From that moment onwards, if the state has available to it means likely to have a deterrent effect, or those suspected of preparing genocide or reasonably suspected of harboring specific intent, dolus specialis, it is under a duty to make such use of these means as the circumstances permit. Thus, consistent with the object and purpose of the Genocide Convention, to liberate mankind from the odious scourge of genocide, Article 1 includes both an obligation not to commit genocide, as well as a duty to act to prevent and punish genocide. With regard to the duty to act, where there is a serious risk of genocide, states should take preventative measures likely to have a deterrent effect. Further, under Article 4 of the Convention, quote, persons committing genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible leaders, public officials, or private individuals. Russia has acted inconsistently with these obligations and duties. It has fabricated a claim of genocide in the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. It has then justified its military invasion of the entire country as the prevention of that fabricated genocide and as punishment of the alleged perpetrators of genocide through so-called denazification. It has not taken preventive measures likely to have a deterrent effect. As this court explained in its 1951 advisory opinion on the reservations to the Convention on Genocide, the Convention was manifestly adopted for a purely humanitarian and civilizing purpose. It is indeed difficult to imagine a convention that might have this dual character to a greater degree, since its object, on the one hand, is to safeguard the very existence of certain human groups, and on the other, to confirm and endorse the most elementary principles of morality. In such a convention, the contracting states do not have any interests of their own. They merely have one and all a common interest, namely the accomplishment of those high purposes which are the raison d'etre of the convention. Consequently, in a convention of this type, one cannot speak to individual advantages or disadvantages to states, or to the maintenance of a perfect contractual balance between rights and duties. The high ideals which inspired the convention provide, by virtue of the common will of the parties, the foundation and measure of all of its provisions. The Russian Federation has flouted these ideals. It does not act with high purposes. It does not act with common interest with the other parties to the convention. Instead, Russia has invoked the rights and duties recognized by the convention in bad faith. It has abused and misused them, unilaterally invoking genocide as a legal shield for its unlawful aggression against Ukraine. As Ukraine's cities are destroyed and its people killed in the name of preventing and punishing genocide, the Convention's humanitarian and civilizing purpose is being turned inside out. The object and purpose of the Convention is being defeated. Let me now explain, for the avoidance of doubt, that there is no plausible genocide in the Donbas region of Ukraine.
Here we go, another.
The duty to prevent and punish genocide only arises when there is an actual genocide or a serious risk of it. Contrary to Russia's claims, there is no genocide or serious risk of it in the Donbas region. Genocide is defined in Article 2 of the treaty as, quote, acts committed with intent to destroy a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, including killings, causing serious bodily injury or mental harm, and deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction. There is simply no plausible evidence that Ukraine perpetrated such acts in the Donbas region of Ukraine or anywhere else.
Wow.
There is certainly no plausible evidence of the required dolus specialis, or specific intent, which this court has explained sets a high bar for proving the extraordinarily serious allegation of genocide. As Mr. Zients explained, there has been fighting in eastern Ukraine for the last 8 years. This has tragically led to civilian deaths. But civilian deaths in an armed conflict are not per se genocide. First of all, the requisite actus reus must be satisfied. In Croatian genocide, your court explained, quote, if one takes the view that the attacks were exclusively directed at military targets and that the civilian casualties were not caused deliberately, one cannot consider those attacks, inasmuch as they caused civilian deaths, as falling within the scope of Article 2A of the Genocide Convention. That is the situation in Donetsk and Luhansk, at least as regard to the actions of Ukraine. There is no plausible evidence that the civilian casualties in the Donbas region were caused deliberately by Ukraine. There is thus no plausible evidence that Ukraine committed killings within the meaning of Article 2. Nor is there any plausible evidence that Ukraine committed any of the various other Article 2 acts against civilians in the Donbas region. Without satisfying the actus reus under Article 2, there is no genocide under the Convention. But it is worth mentioning that there is also no evidence of the required mens rea of genocide, no evidence that Ukraine acted with the specific intent of destroying a particular national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Russia has seemed to suggest that its invasion is to liberate the Russian speakers in the Donbas region. But there are many cities in Ukraine, including in the Donbas region, that are predominantly Russian-speaking, yet do not welcome Russia's actions. To give just one example, Mariupol, a major port city in southeastern Ukraine, it is predominantly Russian-speaking. Yet there are no signs of Ukrainian human rights violations in Mariupol. Today, Mariupol is suffering a humanitarian crisis inflicted upon it by the Russian military, which will not allow safe passage for civilians as the Ukrainian government seeks to protect its citizens there. Quite simply, Russia's sweeping claim of a genocide, which almost 4 million people are facing, has no plausible basis in fact.
Ms. Cheek, may I kindly interrupt you before you begin the next section of your presentation, as it appears that this would be a good time for a coffee break of 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Sitting is adjourned.
Okay, coffee break, I guess. And you can't always, and even in the international court, they take breaks. All right, back to, I guess we can check the latest. Ukraine ain't getting coffee breaks. Dang, that doesn't look good. That's not a good look. AKA, I need to pee. There's Russia. There's Russia's table. Empty. I wonder, like, I don't know anything about this court. I barely know anything about our own Supreme Court in the United States. I don't know anything about it. How are those justices selected? Are they from multiple? I'm sure they're like multiple countries. So, well, anybody been tuned into any court proceedings in Mercado Media before? We're checking them out again. Back into the court. All right. So, while we've been watching that, there's anti-Russian protests in Kherson. Here's Kherson. Russian-occupied area. One of the port cities.
Это Херсон, детка.
Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Україні! Понад усе! Понад усе! Україна! Понад усе! Україна! Понад усе! Україна! Понад усе!
Это Херсон, детка.
Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава!
I did cover the Rittenhouse trial. I was also there. I was also there in Kenosha, Wisconsin when it happened. A lot of viewers that they were watching me when it happened. But yes, I was there when it happened. And then I covered the trial from here, and then I went to Kenosha, and yeah, it was like a full spectrum. I was there when it happened, covered the court proceedings, and then went there to see its ending. Whereas this is in Kherson. Again, port city that Russia has occupied.
Домой пока живой! 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 Это Херсон! Домой пока живой! Домой пока живой!
Yeah. We were there in Kenosha the moment it began. You know, we were in Chicago on our way to Washington, D.C. So I was there for those riots too. I've been in a few riots in my time. I've been in a few, unfortunately.
Домой пока живой! Домой пока живой! Домой пока живой!
That one was worse than Minneapolis, in my opinion. Kenosha was worse. Aftermath of Russian strike, city center of Kharkiv.
Люди вообще в панике.
Yeah, I went to the Chop Chaz too, and that wasn't no. I smoked I smoked joints and ate tacos there. No, there wasn't no. Portland, no, that was wild. That wasn't no, that was just like you knew what you were getting into. Portland, like you knew what you were getting into. You knew you were gonna get tear gassed and flashbanged, and like it was gonna be like a war zone in that sense in Portland. No, in the Chop Zone in Seattle, it was just chilling, really, for me when I was there. Anyways, we're on a break for the International Criminal Court, the Hague trial. Ukraine's presenting their case, going and talking about how the entire justification for Russia's invasion of Ukraine is bogus, as well as the entire Donbas region, Luhansk and Donetsk, that have separatist control. They said that Russia said that Ukraine was committing genocide upon the citizens here, and then they showed reports that on both sides in the conflict since 2021, the death total of civilian casualties from both Ukraine and the military fighting for the separatists was 15, or the civilian total in that conflict between both sides that he said. It wasn't just like Ukrainian civilians. They also tracked any civilian death tolls that are separatist civilians. It was 15. And so Russia rallied this entire invasion around 15 deaths of civilians and called it genocide. And they're going and they using the law to explain how that wasn't genocide at all, and how their entire justification for this invasion is bogus. And then they're gonna go into how the current war and invasion is genocide. So you're getting lots of explanations, lots of I know it's like a lot of educational stuff. You never slept during the Portland? Oh. No, I didn't. It was just because, like, Kenosha, like, it's a little, for me, it was like a little town. Like, Portland, like, everybody was, like, geared up. Like, you knew what you were getting into. Where is this now? Residents of the small town of Novorossiysk in the Kherson region are also. So they've been protesting or holding rallies every day. Anti-Russian protest in Kherson. So even though that Kherson is Russian occupied, the citizens are still holding protests. Every day. Yeah, it did, Michelle. Not gonna let you miss the Portland live streams. Sometimes I couldn't do it with the squeaky pig. When they brought the squeaky pigs out, I couldn't do it. I had to take a break. It was just like constant squeaking. The entire streams were just squeaking. Yeah, it's every time I went there, it got increasingly escalated. I remember the first time I went there with the fence. I went to Portland 4 times. From the span, 4 times in 2020. And every time it was more increasingly dangerous. And then by the last time I went, they weren't even allowing any streaming at all. You couldn't stream. You can't stream anything in Portland anymore. The last live streams of Portland. Ain't getting those no more. Again, we're waiting for the international court hearing to resume. That's what we're tuned into right now. Over 2,000 civilians were evacuated from Irpin, so this is what we were watching. We're watching this, and this is where they're going to. Here's even more. So is this like... Oh, it is a different video. Look at the waters flowing in this one. The other day I didn't see water flowing. So this is a common checkpoint or a crossing point. You guys have seen the bridge blown up, but lots of civilians crossing into Kyiv, from Irpin to Kyiv. I wish this would translate. After yesterday's terrible events, people began to brood out of Irpin again from hell arranged by Russian fascists. More than 2,000 inhabitants of the suburbs had already broken out. Anti-Russian protests again. Kherson. Here it is. Those pictures we were looking at of the anti-war protests.
Это Херсон, детка.
Слава Україні! Слава Україні! Слава Україні!
Still on a coffee break. This is what we were watching earlier. This is a playback now. I'm going back, so this isn't live, but we were watching this all earlier this morning. This was all, if you guys are sleeping during this time, this is what we were tuned into for a good while, like a couple hours. They were getting them safely. They were bringing all the yellow buses. They were taking yellow transit buses, like public transit buses, over and bringing people to safety, evacuating people from Irpin. They had Uber cars. Here's a look at the buses going in. They had then the emergency vehicles were helping. This is about 2 hours ago. Yeah, see, we were watching. They were using the ambulance, bringing people. They were driving these yellow buses in empty into the city of Irpin, into here, and then bringing them out. Like the bravery of everybody that participated in this morning. Where is it? Here, look at all the emergency workers too. Before before they now this is live. Now I clicked it. This is live now. All right, so make sure to clarify. That wasn't live. That was a replay if anybody missed that portion of the feed. You get also my live streams post afterwards, so if you missed anything during my stream, you can go back and watch it anytime. Also, there's a playlist on YouTube already. So if you miss any stream, my streams will be posted afterwards. All right, I'm going to open the chat, and then we're going to do a station check-in, and then hopefully the court will be back. I'm opening the chat. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Comment what city, what state you're tuning in from. We're tuned into the World Court hearing, going and seeing any breaking news on the front lines. Plans to replenish the Ukraine Air Force. Poland to be compensated by. So is this the newest? I'm not doing that. Poland to be compensated. Okay. So this is the newest. Poland to be compensated. So they must have worked out a deal. If it donates, okay. So Poland gets F-16s. Ukraine gets MiG-29s. Comment, Big Lake, Minnesota's tuned in. West Michigan's tuned in. Also, guys, please spam the reactions on Facebook. Spam the Care React. Spam the Care React on Facebook. Like the video on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. We got Olympia, Washington tuned in. Again, we're listening to the International Criminal Court, which should be resuming any moment. They only said 10 minutes, and that was about 15 minutes ago. 14 minutes ago. We got Manly, Australia. Julian, California, you're up. Dang, California, if you're up from California right now, dude. What time is it? Like 2 in the morning? 2:53? What time is it in California? You guys 2 hours behind? Yeah. Alaska's 3 hours behind. I got Alaska and California mixed up. I lived in Alaska. North Carolina tuned in. Not Portland, Oregon's tuned in. All right, looks like they're coming back. Looks like it's gonna begin again. I know some of the information, like especially that translator, was tough. I know. It was like watching listening to a lecture. But this is huge. This is that World Court hearing again. Credit Reuters. All our sources crediting, showing them on the screen. So I'm not getting in for fair use law. International Criminal Court. We're getting back. Russia again. Russia's not there. Keep in mind, Russia's not here. It didn't show up. I know. I lived in Alaska for a few years. Hey, DJ Elrad, Southeast Minneapolis, White Bear Lake, Minnesota, tuned in. Hey, that's familiar. All right, here we go. I'll leave it open for a couple more minutes, and then again, it's Subscriber and Member Monday.
Please be seated.
Become a member and a subscriber to comment on Mondays.
The sitting is resumed, and I shall now give the floor back to Ms. Cheek to continue with her presentation. You have the floor.
Another viewer check-in in 1 hour.
Madam President, members of the court, I will now elaborate on Ukraine's right to demand good faith performance of the Genocide Convention and to not be subject to an abuse or misuse of the Genocide Convention. Without a plausible predicate act of genocide or a serious risk of it, Russia has no duty to prevent or punish under the Genocide Convention. Indeed, in order to act consistently with the object and purpose of the Convention, Russia has a duty not to act in the name of preventing and punishing genocide, since no genocide exists. Simply alleging genocide cannot give a state a right under the Convention to carry out a unilateral military operation against another state in order to prevent and punish the alleged genocide. As held by your court in military and paramilitary activities in and against Nicaragua, quote, "Where human rights are protected by international conventions, that protection takes the form of such arrangements for monitoring or ensuring respect for human rights as are provided for in the conventions themselves." In any event, while the United States might form its own appraisal of the situation as to respect for human rights in Nicaragua, the use of force could not be the appropriate method to monitor or ensure such respect. Ukraine has a right to demand good faith performance of the Genocide Convention consistent with the Convention's object and purpose. Article 26 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties sets forth the well-established principle of pacta sunt servanda, quote, "Every treaty in force is binding upon the parties to it and must be performed by them in good faith." The International Law Commission's commentaries on the draft articles that became the Vienna Convention explain that when drafting Article 26, quote, "Some members felt that there would be advantage in also stating that a party must abstain from acts calculated to frustrate the object and purpose of the treaty." The Commission, however, considered that this was clearly implicit in the obligation to perform the treaty in good faith and preferred to state the pacta sunt servanda rule in as simple a form as possible. Ukraine stands before you today because Russia has violated the principle of pacta sunt servanda in the performance of its rights and obligations under the Genocide Convention. The Russian Federation has not implemented or fulfilled its obligations under the Genocide Convention in good faith. Rather, it has used a baseless accusation of genocide to justify a so-called special military operation in Ukraine commenced on the 24th of February 2022. This conduct by the Russian Federation turns the Genocide Convention on its head. Asserting a right to commit aggression under the guise of a duty to prevent and punish a non-existent genocide is not good faith performance of Articles 1 and 4 of the Genocide Convention. Indeed, it is an abuse of the rights granted through the Convention by each state party to all other state parties. Russia has taken a fundamental peremptory norm of international law, codified in one of the most important human rights treaties that emerged from World War II, and turned it into a charade. The conclusion that Russia's actions violate the treaty gained further support from the decision of your predecessor court in the case of certain German interests in Polish Upper Silesia. There, the court recognized that the misuse of a right was an act, quote, with the character of a breach of the treaty. Here, Russia is misusing its right, or in this case, misusing its duty to prevent and punish genocide. Russia's abuse of its obligations under the Genocide Convention has the character of a breach of the Convention. In the Gambia v. Myanmar, your court decided that the Gambia could invoke the responsibility of Myanmar under the Genocide Convention, concluding that all states have a common legal interest in the protection of rights under the Convention. Your court specifically referred to, quote, the right of any state party to seek compliance with the Convention by another state party. The contracting parties also have a common legal interest in ensuring that actions taken to implement Articles 1 and 4 of the Convention are taken in good faith, without abuse or misuse, consistent with the Genocide Convention's object and purpose. Otherwise, the Genocide Convention would lose the humanitarian character that this court has said is at the core of the treaty. Instead, the Genocide Convention could become a cynical tool enabling violations of sovereignty and human rights. Every contracting party has a right and interest in not seeing the Genocide Convention devalued in this manner. But today, Ukraine stands before you as not just another contracting party to the convention, but as a party suffering direct harm as a result of Russia's abuse of its rights and duties under the convention. Ukraine has a right not to suffer grave harm at the hands of a contracting party that disregards the object and purpose of the convention by falsely cloaking a military invasion as an operation to prevent and punish genocide. As the court recalled on Gabčíkovo Nožimaros, the principle of pacta sunt servanda, as reflected in Article 26 of the Vienna Convention, quote, combines two elements which are of equal importance. It provides that every treaty in force is binding upon the parties to it, and it must be performed by them in good faith. This latter element, in the court's view, implies, in this case, it is the purpose of the treaty and the intentions of the parties in concluding it which should prevail over its literal application. The principle of good faith obliges the parties to apply it in a reasonable way and in such a manner that its purpose can be realized. Applying the principle of good faith performance to this case, a contracting party to the Genocide Convention must abstain from acts that frustrate the object and purpose of the treaty. Certainly, unilateral military action against Ukraine in reliance on a fake allegation of genocide is inconsistent with the treaty's object and purpose. This is apparent if one looks to the preamble of the treaty. Instead of international cooperation, there is unilateral action. Instead of working to liberate mankind from genocide, there are Russian attacks on civilian apartment buildings, schools, and power plants. Instead of reflecting on genocide as having inflicted great losses on humanity, Russia wields the word genocide as a sword to inflict great losses on the people of Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Mariupol, Kherson, Hostomel, Volnovakha, and many others. Quite simply, Russia has not performed its solemn right and duty to prevent and punish genocide in good faith. To the contrary, it has abused its treaty rights to inflict great loss on the people of Ukraine. It is a violation of the Convention for the Russian Federation to act to prevent a genocide that does not exist. It is a violation of the Convention for the Russian Federation to carry out a military action against Ukraine to punish it for a non-existent genocide. Ukraine has a right under the Convention not to suffer from Russia's misuse and abuse of the treaty. Specifically, Ukraine has a right under the Convention not to suffer aggression, war crimes, and crimes against humanity undertaken by the Russian Federation in order to prevent and punish a non-existent genocide. Certainly, in light of the Convention's object and purpose, and the Russian Federation's obligation to perform the treaty in good faith, Ukraine's rights are at least plausible and grounded in a possible interpretation of the Convention, which is all that the Court must find at this stage for provisional measures to be appropriate. If Russia had performed its obligations under the Convention in good faith and done its due diligence to assess whether a genocide or serious risk of genocide actually existed in concreto, Russia would have found no basis to act. As this court observed in Bosnian genocide, quote, "The notion of due diligence is of critical importance." This due diligence was not undertaken. Instead, on the 24th of February 2022, a mere 11 days ago, President Putin announced a so-called special military operation and stated that, quote, "The purpose of this operation is to protect people who, for 8 years now, have been facing humiliation and genocide perpetrated by the Kyiv regime." On that same day, the permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the United Nations stated in an emergency session of the UN Security Council that, quote, "The goal of this special operation is protection of people who have been victimized and exposed to genocide by the Kyiv regime." The next day, Russia's ambassador to the European Union justified the invasion by saying, quote, "We can turn to the official term genocide as coined in international law." And of course, as we know, it is the Genocide Convention that defines genocide under international law. As Professor Tuvenan noted, the Russian Investigative Committee has for years claimed that, quote, "that the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide has been systematically violated in eastern Ukraine." In November 2021, as yet another example, the Russian ambassador to the Contact Group for Eastern Ukraine, Boris Gryzlov, described certain actions taken by the President of Russia as, quote, "a forced response to the actions of Kyiv, which are aimed at escalating the conflict and actually fall under the United Nations Convention on the Prevention of Genocide." Russia has now acted on this fundamentally flawed legal basis, brandishing the language of human rights and claiming a duty to prevent and punish genocide grounded in the Convention. The world is watching a military invasion that Russia launched under the guise of a duty to protect the Ukrainians of the Donbas region from genocide. It was launched to purportedly punish the alleged perpetrators of Kyiv, who are implausibly accused of being Nazis. There is a sad and tragic irony here, as Russia's abuse and misuse of the Genocide Convention and Russia's failure to perform its obligations under the Convention in good faith has led to a very real human rights tragedy, as my colleague Mr. Gimblett will explain in greater detail. Under the pretext of acting to prevent and punish genocide in eastern Ukraine, the Russian Federation has sent tens of thousands of troops across Ukraine's northern border with Belarus. Bombs have rained down on the city of Chernihiv in the north. Russian troops are approaching Odessa from the Black Sea in the south. Bombs are raining down on the capital of Kyiv in central Ukraine. Russia's military onslaught is in no way limited to eastern Ukraine and belies its justification for its actions. Your court explained in Bosnia genocide, quote, "It would be paradoxical if states were thus under an obligation to prevent, so far as within their power, commission of genocide by persons over whom they have a certain influence, but were not forbidden to commit such acts through their own organs. In short, the obligation to prevent genocide necessarily implies the prohibition on the commission of genocide. The case before you presents a further paradox. It is paradoxical for a state to invoke a breach of the Genocide Convention as a justification for military invasion, to punish Ukraine, its democratically elected leaders, and its people, despite the fact that there is no plausible evidence of genocide at all. I believe Mr. Zion said that Russia lies. Professor Tuvenan pointed to Russia's complete disregard for international law, and both of those statements are true. And when Russia acts to prevent and punish genocide without basis, it offends the humanitarian principles enshrined in the Genocide Convention. The text of Article 1 of the Genocide Convention speaks of the duty to protect and punish. Other provisions of the Genocide Convention give further content to the scope of that duty. Article 4, as previously mentioned, focuses on the punishment of those who commit genocide. Article 5 points to legislation to provide effective penalties for those found guilty of genocide. Article 6 speaks to the prosecution of those accused of committing genocide, and Article 7 speaks of extradition. Article 8 states that a contracting party, quote, may call upon the competent organs of the United Nations to take such action under the Charter of the United Nations for the prevention and suppression of acts of genocide. But Russia is not focused on any of these things. Instead, it has chosen to wage a war. As the court recognized in the Bosnia genocide case, with regard to the duty to prevent genocide under the convention, quote, it is clear that every state may only act within the limits permitted by international law. In this regard, Article 8 of the Convention provides useful context regarding the limits on the duty to prevent and punish under Article 1. Article 8 expressly refers to the UN Charter and appropriate actions for the prevention and suppression of acts of genocide. Article 8 thereby anchors the duty to prevent and punish genocide in the principles of international law reflected in the UN Charter. Madam President, members of the court, Russia's military action against Ukraine based on a manifestly false claim of genocide is inconsistent with the Genocide Convention and exceeds the limits permitted by international law. After you hear about the urgency of the situation and irreparable harm from my colleague, Mr. Jonathan Gimblett, Professor Harold Hanju-Ko will address the provisional measures requested by Ukraine, including their link to these rights Ukraine seeks to preserve until the merits of the case can be decided. Madam President, I would now ask you to call upon Mr. Jonathan Gimblett. Thank you.
All right, next
Thank
speaker.
you for your statement, Ms. Cheek. I now give the floor to Mr. Jonathan Gimblett. You have the floor, sir.
Like the video on Facebook if you haven't, and share. Like the video on YouTube if you haven't, and subscribe. This is the Hague trial.
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it is an honour to appear before you today on behalf of Ukraine. I will explain why the conditions of irreparable harm and urgency are amply satisfied in the circumstances of this case and require the indication of provisional measures with the minimum delay possible. The court has repeatedly interpreted its power to indicate provisional measures as arising when irreparable prejudice could be caused to rights which are the subject of judicial proceedings, or when the alleged disregard of such rights may entail irreparable consequences. The Court has also frequently stated that it will exercise that power only if there is urgency, in the sense that there is a real and imminent risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused to the rights claimed before the Court gives its final decision. In assessing whether this condition is satisfied, the Court looks at a variety of factors depending on the facts of the case. For example, in cases involving ongoing conflict, the Court typically considers whether the population at risk is particularly vulnerable. Other relevant factors are the fragility of the overall situation, including the likelihood of aggravation of the dispute, and the risk of recurrence of harm. All of these factors point unambiguously to the existence of an urgent situation in Ukraine requiring provisional measures. As Ms. Cheek has explained, Ukraine has a right not to suffer detriment as a result of the bad faith implementation of the Genocide Convention by another contracting party. Since the 24th of February 2022, the Russian Federation has been engaged in widespread military operations on Ukrainian territory based on its false allegation of an ongoing genocide in Donbass, which it says requires that it intervenes to protect the population of that region. As I will explain next, those military operations have triggered a military, humanitarian, and environmental crisis of a like not seen in Europe since 1945. I will conclude by showing that all of the factors indicating urgency that I outlined earlier are engaged in this crisis. Anyone.
Really quick, look at this. The government of the Russian Federation approved a list of unfriendly countries. It includes the United States, EU members, Britain, Ukraine, Japan, and a number of others. I'm going to keep an eye out on that. They listed unfriendly countries.
Limited action implied by that euphemism.
That's not good.
In reality, Russia has been engaged in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, attacking simultaneously from the north, the east, and the south, with the objective of capturing the major population centres. It is equally obvious that this invasion has caused, is causing, and will continue to cause huge human suffering, including through the widespread commission of war crimes, the displacement of literally millions of civilians, and the privations imposed on many millions more who are trapped in cities facing savage and indiscriminate bombardment by the Russian armed forces. After describing those human impacts, I will speak briefly about the catastrophic environmental consequences of Russia's actions. It has been obvious since the earliest days of Russia's invasion that war crimes are being committed. As early as the 28th of February, 4 days into the operation, the ICC prosecutor...
This appears to be old news. March 2nd. And so maybe a Telegram channel just picked it up now. They announced their unfriendly countries a few days ago.
...team to get to work immediately. Referrals from a record 39 states parties were promptly received, allowing the investigation to be formally opened 2 days later on the 2nd of March. As the Prosecutor General of Ukraine explained in a communication to the Office of the Prosecutor of the International...
Negotiations with the Russian Federation, third round, beginning at 1600 Kyiv time. Delegation unchanged.
These crimes include willful killing of civilians, like the civilian shot in the head by a Russian soldier when he started filming a column of military vehicles on his mobile phone.
That's in 3 hours.
Intentionally directing attacks against civilian objects.
2 hours and 40 minutes.
It's the civilian bus that was fired upon by Russian forces near the village of Veloky Yar in Kharkiv region on the 26th of February, killing the driver and 2 passengers and injuring 18 more. Attacking or bombarding towns, villages, dwellings or buildings that are undefended non-military objectives. For example, the attack on...
You're listening to the criminal trial, the Hague trial.
25th of February, which was left without electricity after being hit 20 times by Russian shells,
genocide,
forcing staff to ventilate numerous vulnerable patients manually. And intentionally directing attacks against buildings dedicated to religion, education, as well as against places where the sick and the wounded are collected, such as the shelling of an ambulance transporting a wounded Ukrainian serviceman in Kherson region on the 26th of February. All of these acts, documented by the Prosecutor General, are expressly prohibited by the Rome Statute. They all occurred in the opening days of Russia's so-called special military operation, before Russian forces had closed in on densely populated civilian areas. Similar war crimes from this initial period of the conflict have also been reported by NGOs active in the field, including New Direction, whose report you will find at tab 51 of your folder. I'm afraid, though, that much, much worse has happened since these incidents and is yet to come. Having failed to secure their military objectives in the first week of their invasion, Russia today is resorting to tactics reminiscent of medieval siege warfare, encircling cities, cutting off escape routes, and pounding the civilian population with heavy ordnance. Today, that is the fate of Mariupol, as reflected in this photograph. According to the town council there, the situation is dire. Mariupol continues to live without electricity, water, and heating due to constant shelling by the Russian occupiers. Twice in the last 2 days, Russia has agreed to open a humanitarian corridor out of Mariupol, only to resume shelling so that civilians could not use it. Today, Mariupol. Tomorrow, or the day after, it may be the turn of Kharkiv and Kyiv. These next 2 photographs, for example, show the damage already inflicted by Russian artillery on residential apartments in Kharkiv and in Borodyanka, a town on the approach road to the Ukrainian capital. The inevitability of further war crimes, if this carnage continues, is guaranteed by the indiscriminate nature of the weapons Russia is already using and others it has deployed to the battlefield, but whose use has not yet been confirmed.
They don't stream the
Grad, multi-launch rocket systems, have been implicated in numerous attacks on civilian targets across Ukraine. The use of cluster bombs by Russian forces has also been reliably documented. Perhaps equally concerning, though, as the use of these barbaric weapons is the fact that Russia is reported to have deployed its TOS-1 platform to Ukraine. The thermobaric rockets fired by this platform, also known as vacuum bombs, literally suck the oxygen out of the air to produce a longer blast wave than conventional bombs.
They are using vacuum bombs then. That's confirmed.
Inevitably, this level of violence unleashed by the Russian Federation has created a massive humanitarian crisis. As Michelle Bachelet, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, reported to the Human Rights Council on the 3rd of March, over 2 million people have been forced to flee their homes. 1 million, according to UNHCR estimates, are internally displaced. A further 1,040,000 refugees have sought safety in neighbouring countries in the past 7 days, often after travelling for days by bicycle or on foot in freezing conditions. UNHCR has estimated that up to 4 million people could leave the country in the coming weeks if the conflict continues. The scale and speed of this refugee crisis is unprecedented in recent European history. As the High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, said in a statement the same day, the 3rd of March, in just 7 days, 1 million people have fled Ukraine, uprooted by this senseless war. I have worked in refugee emergencies for almost 40 years, and rarely have I seen an exodus as rapid as this one. Indeed, so fast-moving is this crisis that by the 5th of March, just 2 days later, the UNHCR website was recording that more than 1.5 million Ukrainians had sought refuge in neighbouring countries. These raw statistics do not tell the full story of human misery involved in the refugee crisis, with families separated and homes abandoned, perhaps never to be seen again.
This is the Hague trial, the International Criminal Court, the genocide, war crimes, everything that Russia is doing. This is the trial that we've been waiting for.
While they stay behind to fight the Russian army, is nothing less than heartrending. But the impact on internally displaced people, though massive, is only part of the story. Less visible, but potentially far more deadly, is the humanitarian crisis now developing in the numerous Ukrainian towns and cities ringed by Russian forces. For this much larger number, the present is grim. Exposed to the indiscriminate firepower of Russian artillery, with food running short, and in some cases, water and electricity turned off by their assailants. Wow. A glimpse of the misery suffered by this group is provided by this photograph of children sheltering under a now destroyed traffic flyover from the shelling in Irpin, Kyiv region. We will all have seen the television footage last night of people scrambling to get out of Irpin, with civilians losing their lives to Russian shells in the process. Bad as things are today, however, they can only get worse with every day that the Russian military campaign continues. As if all this human suffering was not enough, Russia's military action also poses grave environmental risks, not only to Ukraine, but also for the wider region. This is especially relevant given the court's statements in its advisory opinion on the legality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons, that the obligation on states to ensure that activities within their jurisdiction or control do not adversely affect the environment of other states applies in the context of armed conflict. A full-scale military invasion like that we are witnessing today involves countless environmental harms, many irreversible, a full description of which would fill a library. In the interest of time, I will mention two only. First, the world has witnessed with growing unease the Russian armed forces' recklessness with regards to the impact of its actions on Ukraine's civil nuclear industry. In the opening days of the invasion, Russian vehicles swept into the Chernobyl protected zone, tearing up radioactive soil and increasing the background level of radiation in the area 20-fold. Fortunately, the new safe confinement structure, which you can see in this image, completed in 2016 to seal off the remains of Chernobyl's damaged reactor number 4, appears not to have been damaged in Russia's military operation to date. Concerns over Russia's disregard for nuclear safety reached new highs in the early hours of the 4th of March, when Russian forces shelled the nuclear power station at Zaporizhzhia, the largest nuclear facility in Europe. You'll find at tab 55 in your folder a statement of the 4th of March by IAEA Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi, reflecting the seriousness of the situation that morning. Again, the world was fortunate that the resulting damage affected only a training facility and none of the 6 reactors located nearby. These were near misses, to be sure. In both cases, Russia's military aggression could have resulted in a new nuclear catastrophe affecting not only Ukraine or Russia, but potentially a vast surrounding area. And with the IAEA now expressing concern about the Ukrainian nuclear authorities' inability to communicate with the staff operating these facilities, the danger is far from over. Second, in an attempt to deprive Ukraine of fuel, Russia has attacked numerous fuel depots, releasing vast clouds of toxic smoke into the atmosphere. For example, this photograph shows the aftermath of a Russian missile attack on a petroleum storage depot in Vasilkiv, near Kyiv. There have been numerous other attacks of this kind since Russian operations began on the 24th of February. Yet, in another indication of how Russia turns truth on its head, Ukraine has information that Russia is handing out gas masks to local militants and the Russian military in Donetsk in preparation for a false flag operation involving the blowing up of industrial tanks with chemicals. You will find a diplomatic note from the Ukrainian permanent representative to the OPCW describing this plan in more detail at tab 56 of your folder. These incidents demonstrate the utter disregard of the Russian military for the environmental consequences of their actions. The longer their operations continue, the more likely it becomes that this disregard will translate into an environmental disaster of epic proportions, with severe and enduring results. In my remaining time, I will show how the appalling human and environmental consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine satisfy the conditions of irreparable harm and urgency to which the court looks when considering the appropriateness of provisional measures. First, there can be no doubt that much of the harm currently being inflicted on Ukraine based on false allegations of genocide will be irreparable. The court has frequently stated that loss of life constitutes an irreparable harm. Thousands of people have already been killed in this conflict. Ukraine regrets the unnecessary loss of lives on both sides. While neither the Ukrainian military or civilian population provoked this conflict, and while they will do everything in their power to repel the invasion now directed against them, it is equally true the many Russian soldiers had no idea what mission their deluded leadership was sending them into.
Wow. This is all getting
The
confirmed.
sad fact, however, is that with every day that passes, more lives will be lost, and probably at an accelerating rate. Alongside the loss of life, for millions of Ukrainians, life will never be the same again. For the million who have fled to neighbouring countries, there can be no certainty that they will ever return to their homes, or if they do, that those homes will still be standing. Those who have been separated from family members left behind in Ukraine cannot know if they will ever see those relatives safe and well again. For both the refugees and those unfortunate enough to be trapped in Ukrainian cities awaiting a Russian military onslaught, the future promises lasting psychological trauma. Finally, much of the environmental damage inflicted on Ukraine by the Russian invasion will likely prove irreparable in the near to medium term. The Chernobyl disaster of 1986 teaches us that the effects of nuclear accidents endure for hundreds and even thousands of years. The CO2 being released as a result of Russia's scorched earth tactics will likewise linger in the atmosphere for the long term, compounding the effects on climate of the greenhouse gases already to be found there. In addition to threatened irreparable harm, each of the indicators of urgency to which I referred earlier in my remarks is amply satisfied here. In short, there is no doubt that unless this court acts now, irreparable prejudice will be caused to Ukrainian rights before the court gives its final decision. Indeed, that irreparable prejudice is happening now and only grows with every day that passes. First, it almost goes without saying that the population of Ukraine is extremely vulnerable to the violence being inflicted on it by the Russian Federation.
Another one.
Millions are trapped in cities that are being ruthlessly bombarded and lack food, electricity and water. According to Ms. Bachelet, who I quoted earlier, 1 million more...
Again, we're listening quick, but here is scuffles between Ukrainian protesters and Russian troops. Rozgavira troops. This is in Kherson. Oh my gosh, rip ears, my bad. Rip. So... they're shooting into the air, but there's already been reports of one person shot already. They're using tear gas and shooting into the air. So this is happening. This is a clip coming from Kherson, the protests happening. Are we buffering right now? Uh-oh. Yeah, it is. We're buffering. Haven't had any buffering at all night. Hopefully it fixes.
By the resulting humanitarian crisis as the conflict enters its next stage. A nuclear or other environmental accident triggered by Russian military action would have consequences across the region. And hard as it is to believe, President Putin's brinkmanship in raising the alert state of Russia's nuclear forces has placed the entire world at jeopardy of strategic miscalculation by an increasingly out-of-touch Russian leadership. Finally, The harms already suffered by the Ukrainian people will recur on a daily basis until Russia's invasion stops. Unless the court acts now, the human and environmental impacts I described earlier will intensify and continue until Russia has achieved its ultimate goal, whatever that may be. In conclusion, Madam President, distinguished members of the court, Ukraine submits that this is an urgent case and that the court should act immediately to prevent foreseeable, irreparable harm by indicating provisional measures. My colleague, Professor Harold Honju-Ko, will explain why the provisional measures we request are appropriate under these urgent circumstances, and I ask you, Madam President, to give him the floor next.
Well, it's buffering.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Kimball. I now give the floor to Professor Harold Honju-Ko. You have the floor, Professor.
On feed.
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, I'm honored to present Ukraine's prayer for provisional relief. This court is no stranger to tragedy, but it is rare when you confront a case that combines such callous brutality with such brazen illegality. As you've heard, this case is fundamentally about Russia's lies. Russia lies about the facts when it claims that Ukraine is committing genocide. Russia lies about the law when it claims that its obligation to prevent genocide entitles it to launch a punitive special military operation against so-called neo-Nazis that we all recognize as an offensive war of aggression and atrocity against Ukraine's peaceful people. Our presentation has provided an anatomy of those lies. As Professor Tuvinen explained, Ukraine contests both Russia's factual lie and its legal lie, thus creating the dispute relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Genocide Convention that vests this court with prima facie jurisdiction. You've heard from our agent, Mr. Kornevich, and Mr. Zayats about Russia's reign of terror throughout Ukraine, why the whole world watches. The effort to disguise that illegality by the illegal recognition of the LPR and the DPR, and the absurd lie that it is Ukraine that's committing genocide against its own people. In our other ongoing contentious action, we presented to you the precursors to these horrors, but the world's failure to set limits on Russia's past adventurism has only emboldened President Putin to move beyond the financing of terrorism in the Donbass and pervasive racial discrimination in Crimea to commit even more flagrant, brutal violations of international law throughout Ukraine. Ms. Cheek's presentation identified Russia's bad faith abuse of the Genocide Convention and the plausible rights that will be the subject of the proceeding on the merits.
All right.
And Mr. Gimlet just explained.
It should be coming back. It should be coming back. Oh, no, it was. Come on. Damn it, dude. It was just coming back.
So devastating and so irreparable.
Maybe we need to pause some live videos for a sec. Hold on. Close some of the stuff. Maybe that'll help. Give it a second. Goodness, dude. Come on, feed. My upload speed says it's bad. Come on. No, it's not. It's come on, there's the audio bit rate's good. For like nearly 10, come on, dude. I don't want to end it and start a new one. We're already almost 6 hours in. Come on. We're 6 hours in. I don't want to start a new on my connection. Come on, fix yourself. Upload speed it's way bad. Come on, fix yourself. Frame rate 228. Come on. I see a frame increase. It's getting there. Hold on. I'm thinking it's getting there. Oh no, that's way too high. Now it's getting. Come on, come back down. I'm looking at my frames. Looking at my connection. Oh my goodness, dude, it's not working. 28 frames, come on. Come on, Facebook. Come on, connection. Okay, I'm thinking, oh man, there's 30 frames, but it's 6 megabytes. Audio bitrate's not good. I'm thinking it's fixing itself. Fought through it. Okay, there we go. Come on, the bit rate's good. The frame rate's good. The audio bit rate's not good. The audio bit rate's good. Are we coming back? I think it's coming back slowly. We're coming back. I lost the feed for a second. Did not want to end it. Facebook is fixing itself. Refresh the feed and come back. Can you hear me? This is live right now. 5:47 a.m. Fought through it. I had to close all the video tabs. Stream health on YouTube is still yellow. Stream health on YouTube is still yellow. Oh my goodness. We lost like 300-400 people. Donate to the IRC. I think it's good on Facebook. Can you guys see? Can you see me? Can you hear me? I have a thread open. It's good now? It was working. Is it good? I have solid lines on Facebook now. And YouTube. Are we good? I need to reshare the stream back out. We're all good. It's working. No buff current. Got you loud and clear. I know it is. All right, we're back. All right, let's get it back. I did not want to end it and start a new one. Having bad weather out here. We're good. Everybody check in. We're good? Okay, let's get back to
matters have already come before many other international organizations. The UN General Assembly, which has adopted a resolution calling for the immediate withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukraine. The International Criminal Court, which, as you've heard, has received referrals of the situation from 39 states. The UN Human Rights Council, which has established an international commission of inquiry for Ukraine. The European Court of Human Rights, which has issued an interim order requiring that Russia refrain from military attacks against civilians and civilian objects. Regional organizations and nation states, which are imposing a vast web of rigorous sanctions on Putin and his accomplices based on their illegal activities, and national prosecutors who have already begun to launch investigations into whether Russia's leaders have committed the crime of aggression. Within its own legal mandate, each of these bodies must do its own job. So if you speak clearly and decisively now, you will not act alone. Other parts of the international legal system will act in concert with you, focusing on other aspects of Russia's aggression. But amid this broad network of legal activity, your order is the essential spark that will inspire other competent international organs and agencies to take the further steps necessary to protect peace, security, accountability, and human rights in this rapidly deepening crisis.
Spam the reactions if you can see
me. For that reason, we ask you clearly to declare.
Spam the reacts if you can see and hear.
That there is a dispute
Facebook, YouTube.
Between Ukraine and the Russian Federation relating to the interpretation, application, and fulfillment of the Genocide Convention. In particular, Article 1, which addresses obligations of states to prevent and punish genocide, and Article 4, which addresses punishment of those who commit genocide. Ukraine further disputes that Russia has any lawful basis whatever to take its military action in and against Ukraine for the claimed purpose of preventing and punishing genocide. Whether or not Russia chooses to appear, declaring the existence of a prima facie dispute between these two countries is warranted in this case. Ukraine further asks that you find no plausible evidence that Ukraine has committed the non-existent genocide for which it has been accused. In particular, first, that no acts of genocide as defined by the convention have been committed in the Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts of Ukraine. Second, that it is plausible that the special military operation declared and being currently carried out by the Russian Federation is based on a false and fabricated claim of genocide that has no basis in the convention. Not only is there no serious risk that genocide will be committed by Ukraine, there is no risk whatsoever. Third, that lawfully the Russian Federation cannot take any action under the Genocide Convention, military or otherwise, in or against Ukraine for punishing or preventing an implausible alleged genocide based on its false claims of genocide in Luhansk and Donetsk. In so indicating, the court should make clear that under the convention, the targeting of Ukrainian civilians and civilian infrastructure can never, under any circumstance, be a lawful exercise of a country's obligation to prevent genocide. And even if Russia scrupulously complied with the law of armed conflict, which of course it is most assuredly not doing, acts of aggression against Ukraine's defenders can never be a lawful exercise of a country's obligation to prevent and punish genocide. And fourth, that the Russian Federation may not invoke a false claim of genocide committed by Ukraine as a legal basis to justify the actions of the Russian Federation in recognizing the independence of the so-called DPR and LPR. Now, within this broader factual context, other international bodies, including the International Criminal Court and the European Court of Human Rights, are exploring the scope of accountability for particular actions by Russia, its leaders, and its proxies. But given this court's special, unique status in international law, the whole world is looking to you for guidance and leadership. Once you have fulfilled your role, these other bodies can fulfill theirs. A recognition that Russia has no colorable legal basis in the Genocide Convention for its brutal actions in Ukraine would provide ample legal grounds for the first two specific provisional measures we request. These measures are clearly linked to the rights asserted by Ukraine regarding Russia's bad faith invocation of the Convention and Russia's abuse of its rights under Articles 1 and 4 of the Convention. Under the first provisional measure requested, the Russian Federation shall immediately suspend the military operations commenced on 24 February 2022 that have as their stated purpose and objective the prevention and punishment of a claimed genocide in Luhansk and Donetsk. Far from being unprecedented, this court has ordered similar provisional measures before against an ongoing military operation being committed by a permanent member of the UN Security Council. As you well recall, in Nicaragua versus United States, this court declared that the United States of America should immediately cease and refrain from any action restricting, blocking, or endangering access to or from Nicaraguan ports, and in particular the laying of mines in the port of Corinto. That order added, as yours could as well, that the right to sovereignty and to political independence possessed by Ukraine here, like any other state of the region or of the world, should be fully respected and should not in any way be jeopardized by any military and paramilitary activities which are prohibited by principles of international law. In particular, the principle that states should refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or the political independence of any state, and the principle concerning the duty not to intervene in matters within the domestic jurisdiction of a state, principles embodied in the UN Charter. In October 2008, this court ordered both Russia and Georgia, as parties to the armed conflict in South Ossetia, to do all in their power to ensure that public authorities and public institutions under their control or influence not engage in acts of racial discrimination. And the court ordered similar relief when indicating provisional measures in Congo versus Uganda, declaring that both parties must forthwith take all measures necessary to comply with all of their obligations under international law, in particular those under the UN Charter. Second, Ukraine requests that the Russian Federation shall immediately ensure that any military or irregular armed units which may be directed or supported by it, as well as any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control, direction, or influence, take no steps in furtherance of the military operation which have as their stated purpose and objective preventing and punishing Ukraine for committing genocide. Recently, in the Gambia v. Myanmar, the court's provisional measures order similarly extended not just to members of the respondent states' military, but also to the same group of other actors, any irregular armed units which may be directed or supported by it, and any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control, direction, or influence. In issuing this second provisional measure, the court should take account that no purported obligation to prevent genocide or any other manufactured legal justification could justify either the deliberate targeting of Ukraine's democratically elected political leaders or Russia's failure to take all necessary precautions in attack, resulting in de facto targeting of those leaders. And there should also be no doubt that no act in this war is lawful or authorized by the Genocide Convention, so that the only way to preserve the status quo and protect Ukraine's rights is to order a complete suspension of Russia's military operations. Again, this is not unprecedented. The court has regularly given direction to parties regarding the movements of armed forces and personnel in ongoing military operations. In Cambodia versus Thailand, the Priya Vihir case, in 2011, the court issued an order on provisional measures nearly 50 years after the operative judgment, directing that both parties shall immediately withdraw their military personnel currently present in the provisional demilitarized zone and refrain from any military presence within that zone and from any armed activity directed at that zone. Similarly, in Burkina Faso versus Mali, the court ordered both governments to withdraw their armed forces to such positions or behind such lines as may be determined by an agreement between the governments or failing such an agreement by the chamber. In Costa Rica versus Nicaragua, the court likewise ordered each party shall refrain from sending to or maintaining in the disputed territory any personnel, whether civilian, police, or security. Madam President, members of the court, there is a clear link between these first two provisional measures that Ukraine requests and the plausible rights Ukraine seeks to preserve while its application is pending. As you've heard, the risk that Russia will irreparably harm Ukraine and its people in the name of preventing and punishing a non-existent genocide is very real. Unless Russia halts its military operation, Ukraine's plausible claim that Russia is violating and abusing the convention will only be heard when it's too late. As Ms. Cheek explained, the rights that Ukraine asserts are grounded in Russia's bad faith performance of its obligations and its abuse of its duty to preserve and punish genocide under Articles 1 and 4 of the Convention. The first two provisional measures share a direct link to Ukraine's right under Article 1 to good faith performance of the Convention by any state party. Russia's abuse of the Convention is the source of its claimed authority to use force in Ukraine. Thus, provisional measures by your court directed against that lawless use of force would directly target the abuse of rights at issue here. Third, Ukraine requests that this court direct the Russian Federation to prevent any aggravation or extension of the dispute by refraining from any action and providing assurances that no action is taken that may aggravate this dispute or render it more difficult to resolve. This court gave similar direction when indicating provisional measures in Congo, Uganda, directing that both parties must forthwith prevent and refrain from any action, and in particular any armed action, which might prejudice the rights of the other party and aggravate or extend the dispute or make it more difficult to resolve. The court gave nearly identical directive in its order in Cameroon, Nigeria, again declaring both parties should ensure that no action of any kind, and particularly no action by their armed forces, is taken which might prejudice the party's right in respect of a future judgment or otherwise aggravate or extend the dispute before it. Given the level of atrocities that are multiplying daily and that you heard of from Mr. Gimblett, the court should further order Russia not to aggravate the ongoing dispute by refraining from violations of human rights and humanitarian law in the course of military activities. In the Gambia versus Myanmar, you recall this court gave specific instruction that entities under its judicial supervision shall not commit genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, complicity in genocide, or attempts to commit genocide. In Congo, Uganda, the court likewise ordered that both parties must forthwith take all measures necessary to ensure full respect within the zone of conflict for fundamental human rights and for applicable provisions of humanitarian law. Less than 3 months ago, in Armenia versus Azerbaijan, the court ordered the parties to protect from violence and bodily harm all persons captured in relation to a conflict who remain in detention and ensure their security and equality before the law. The threat to the Ukrainian people is no less urgent. Fourth and finally, Ukraine requests that the Russian Federation shall provide a report to the court on measures taken to implement the court's order on provisional measures 1 week after such order, and then on a regular basis to be fixed by the court. The gravity and rapidly evolving nature of the situation in Ukraine, which has changed by the hour, call for a clear and ongoing reporting requirement to monitor Russia's compliance with the order you may issue. Regular public reporting, as was ordered in the Gambia versus Myanmar, can allow you more directive rulings in the future if monitoring demonstrates that Russia has refused to comply until the court can render final decision in this case. Like the other measures we request, the fourth measure has the express goal of protecting the integrity of this proceeding before the court and assuring that the court is properly equipped in due course to decide the merits of Ukraine's claim. Whether or not Russia chooses to appear and defend in these proceedings It would be subject to the court's prima facie jurisdiction under the convention and should be required to account for its compliance with binding orders of the court. To be clear, the preliminary relief we request will not be the final relief requested. On the merits, Ukraine will seek final declarations of illegality, specific assurances, guarantees of non-repetition that the Russian Federation will not take any unlawful measures in and against Ukraine, including the use of force on the basis of its false claim of genocide. In time, Ukraine will seek full reparations for all damages caused by the Russian Federation as a consequence of any action taken on the basis of Russia's false and fabricated claim of genocide. But those requests are for later. For now, we ask not that you give final relief, only that you indicate provisional measures in such a way that leaves that possibility open. Madam President, members of the court, in less than 2 weeks, this case has become much bigger than just Ukraine versus Russia. It has become a test of who will prevail, Russia or the post-war international legal order. The tragedy we are all witnessing in the streets of Kyiv, Kharkiv, Mariupol, Kherson, Volnovakha, and so many other Ukrainian cities is precisely what our modern international legal system was designed to prevent. Just 77 years ago, we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from international law can be maintained, created the United Nations and this court. But what is the point of having these bodies if they do not act strongly at this moment of transparent aggression and injustice? Madam President, members of the court, President Putin's short game is force. The world's long game is law. For the other institutions to do their job inside and outside the UN system, first, you must do yours. The court's limited role at this juncture is to order the urgent measures of protection that we request that would enable the convention and the broader UN system of which it is a part to work as intended. But if this court does not act decisively against this level of aggression and atrocity based on outrageous abuse of one of the world's most important human rights treaties, rest assured, this would not be the last such case. Putin's aggression and atrocity would not end with Ukraine. If this court cannot decisively order Russia to stop its military actions, grounded in flagrant abuse of and disrespect for the Genocide Convention, why should any permanent 5 UN member see international law as a meaningful obstacle to whatever it might perceive as necessary military action? Then why wouldn't we be forced to concede that the post-war international legal project has failed? Madam President, members of the court, that cannot be the outcome here. Of course, there are limits to what the principal judicial organ of the United Nations may do. But by issuing decisive provisional measures, you can meaningfully preserve the status quo, follow precedent, while leaving room for complementary action by other international bodies. The provisional measures Ukraine requests are reasonable, achievable, and grounded in the very measures you've granted in the past. You have undeniable legal authority to act. Anything less would fail to vindicate the rule of international law under these most dire of circumstances. For all of these reasons, we ask you immediately to issue the provisional measures order that Ukraine so urgently requests. Madam President, members of the court, the world awaits your actions. I now ask you to give the podium to our co-agent, Ms. Zolotaryova, who will present Ukraine's final submissions. Thank you.
I thank Professor Ko, and I now give the floor to the co-agent of Ukraine, Ms. Oksana Zolotaryova. You have the floor, madam.
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, I am honored to conclude Ukraine's oral pleadings and make Ukraine final submissions regarding its urgent request for the indication of provisional measures. Ukraine has now faced 11 days of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. Many people said we could not withstand Russia's aggression for so long. They underestimated the people of Ukraine. They underestimated our spirit, our unity, our devotion. Ukrainian heroes are bravely defending Ukraine, and we will keep defending Ukraine until the aggressor leaves. Ukraine is being supported by the civilized world. We are grateful to each and every act and effort to support Ukraine.
Comment where you're tuning in
but
from.
We need more
Where
help.
are you watching from?
We
Where in
need
the world?
more help from our allies.
Stream's
We
open.
need more help from every institution in the world. That includes this court. Your power to act is clear. To defend actions, they are indefensible. The Russian Federation fabricated allegations of genocide out of nothing. It used this horrible lie as a pretext for its unlawful assault on Ukraine. In doing so, Russia cynically abused the Genocide Convention. Russia twisted the crime of genocide to justify the crime of aggression. In the name of preventing and punishing the crime of genocide, Russia is committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Ukraine has come here before you, the World Court, to seek urgent protection for everyone who lives in Ukraine. As Professor Tuvenan explained, there is no doubt a legal dispute under the Genocide Convention. As Mr. Zayan showed, the reports of UN missions and other natural observers confirm that Russian allegation of genocide is absurd. Marnichik demonstrated Ukraine's right not to be illegally invaded based on a bad-faith abuse of the Genocide Convention by Russia. Mr. Gimblett highlighted the extreme urgency of the situation, and Professor Ko explained why the court can and must order the measures Ukraine requests. I could rest the Ukraine's case here, but in this difficult moment, I am compelled to remind the court of the real human stakes of Ukraine's requests. As I am speaking, the Russian Federation continues its relentless assaults on our cities, on our towns, on our villages, on our people. This assault has taken many forms. My hometown of Kharkiv suffers for days from indiscriminate shellings, but heroically resists. Churches are ruined, hospitals are ruined, universities are ruined, civil infrastructure is ruined there. None of this can be considered as legitimate military target. The world is witnessing and documenting how Russia kills civilians in its indiscriminate attacks. We don't know yet the true number of Ukrainians that Russia has murdered in the past 11 days. We can only guess how many more will be murdered in the next 11 days if this senseless aggression does not stop. In these extraordinary circumstances, Ukraine requests that the court order the following provisional measures. A. The Russian Federation shall immediately suspend the military operations commenced on 24th of February 2022 that have as their stated purpose and objective the prevention and punishment of a claimed genocide in Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast of Ukraine. B. The Russian Federation shall immediately ensure that any military or irregular armed units which may be directed or supported by it, as well as any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control, direction, or influence, take no steps in furtherance of the military operation, which have as their stated purpose and objective preventing or punishing Ukraine for committing genocide. C. The Russian Federation shall refrain from any actions and shall provide assurances that no action is taken that may aggravate or extend the dispute that is subject of this application or render this dispute more difficult to resolve. D. The Russian Federation shall provide a report to the court on measures taken to implement the court's order on provisional measures 1 week after such order and then on a regular basis to be fixed by the court. Madam President, members of the court, before I conclude Ukraine's case on its request for provisional measures, I would like to refer to the words of the Secretary General of United Nations, Antonio Guterres, immediately following the resolution of the General Assembly condemning Russian actions. And here I quote, "People of Ukraine desperately need peace, and people around the world demand it." End of quote. On behalf of the government of Ukraine and on behalf of the people of Ukraine, I thank you for your attention in this matter of national life or death. I respectfully urge the court to issue your order with utmost urgency. We are in your hands. Thank you.
I'm wondering how the court's going to respond.
I thank the co-agent of Ukraine, whose statement brings to an end the hearing on the request for the indication of provisional measures submitted by Ukraine in the case concerning allegations of genocide under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Ukraine versus Russian Federation. I would like to thank the agent, co-agent, counsel, and advocates of Ukraine for their statements. In accordance with the usual practice, I shall request the agent of Ukraine to remain at the court's disposal to provide any additional information the court may require. The court will render its order on the request for the indication of provisional measures as soon as possible. The parties will be advised in due course as to the date on which the court will deliver its order in a public sitting. Since the court has no other business before it today, the sitting is declared closed.
So we don't know when they're going to come back with an answer. So they heard their case. Unclear when they're going to make the decision. Russia not there. Well, that was that. That concludes that. Kind of new here. I don't know what the map is supposed to show. Sorry. Well, that was the trial. That was it. I'm hoping that the feed fixes itself. I think the feed's glitching. Out.
Negotiators from both sides are holding talks in Belarus.
All right. I think it's fixed now. I think it's good to go now. That was it. So, unclear how long it's going to take for them to render a decision. That was it. Unclear. They heard the case. Oh my goodness. Why does it keep messing up? There's a reported DDoS attack. My connection keeps messing up bad. My connection keeps messing up bad. That was a case against Russia's genocide. That was a case against Russia. Is this a break? No, that was it. That was they're gonna. I don't know when they're gonna come back with the decision. They're unclear. They didn't render one. Goodness, dude. I'm getting lag. Apparently the connection with a lot of service providers are getting hit. I do have a VPN. I do. I know. We've been on for over 6 hours. Come on, fix yourself. 6 frames. It will. It's come back. It's come on and off. Just stick with it or refresh the feed. It has come back at least. It has come back every time. Map, exclamation mark, map in the chat to pull it up. Exclamation mark map. Hold on, I'll give the updates when my connection fixes. It's just Monday. Just Monday, Aunt Matthew. Come on, connection. Good morning, Megan. Like, give this whole thing a second. Give the whole. I don't have any videos up. That's my upload speed. My upload speed keeps getting hit. You just got a full night's sleep and I'm still on, of course. Oh, what is this? Oh. Come on, connection. It's fixing. It's getting there. No, and it goes back down. I don't know. I'm hitting a connection low. Yep, time to go back. I forgot. Now it's Monday. Come on, connection. We're getting DDoS. The IPs are getting hit with DDoS today. There we go. It's 60 frames, 30 frames. There's 6 megabytes bit rate. Come on. It's like it's fixing itself after a certain amount of time. Thank the Heavenly Lord. I forgot to put it back. And it's not steady at all. The audio bit rate's bad. Not steady. Nervous. Good morning from New Hampshire. Good morning, New Hampshire. Well, you just tuned into the International Criminal Court. Doesn't who knows how long it's going to take for that decision to get rendered. Oh my goodness. Now YouTube is good. Facebook keeps going up and down. Raymond, thank you for becoming a follower. My goodness. Good morning, Sally. Oh my God. So over this. Come on. We're gonna lose everybody. Thanks everybody for that sticking with it. 500 download, 6, 7 upload. 5 upload. And I pay for gigabit internet, and I use a LAN cable. Directly LAN. Pay for gigabit internet, getting 5 upload. Supposed to be getting 40. Supposed to be getting 40 upload, getting 5, and I have a LAN cable direct connect. Come on. Sounds good, Jason. Thank you. Good morning from Pittsburgh. Good morning, Pittsburgh. Come on, dude. Fix. I did get some rest. Thank you. Goodness, dude. Come on, internet. Just gotta stick with it. Turn it off and turn it back on again. I can't, and then the whole stream would end. And I don't feel like starting a whole fresh stream when we're already at 6 hours and 30 minutes. Come on now. Break out your America Online CD. It's not staying steady at all. Jamie, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for sticking with it. It's going to be a few hours it's going to last a few hours, Phil says. Phil works for Carrier, and there's DDoS attacks on carriers right now. Any chance you're yes, they are. Phil on YouTube works for... Member Phil on YouTube works for service provider, and he says that there's DDoS attacks. So I pay for gigabit internet. I'm supposed to be getting 40 upload. So we only have Xfinity here. We can only get Xfinity. The audio bit rate's messing up so bad. The video bit rate's good, frame rate's solid, and then but the audio bit rate is not steady. Good morning, Yolanda. The audio bit rate's causing the whole thing to drop. That doesn't make any sense. It's not steady, but just stick with it, guys. We're nearing the end. We only got an hour and 20 minutes left. I'm hoping we can stick with it solid. I'm hoping the video stays with it. Is it good for you guys now? Check in. Is it good for you guys now? I have green on YouTube, and Facebook it's blue, but that audio bit rate is not good. Oh, man. All right. Let's go back. Now it's not going to be so quiet. There we go. There's some background noise. All right. It says it's good at 20 bit rate for the audio. It's good now? Okay. Good morning, Tara. Good morning. There we go. The birds are chirping. Come back from housework, even though it's afternoon time in Ukraine now. It's 1:30. Oh, 2:33 a.m. in Ukraine. 2:33 a.m. All right, we're back. Just checking what you missed. This the proceedings of the Hague court. You watched that. That was the Hague court that we were tuned into, and it ended. They didn't render a decision. All right, we're good now. It's back. I'm getting Phil, provider Phil, member Phil on YouTube says that it's going to last a few hours. Now it's a solid audio, frame rate, and video. It's okay in Western New York, okay in Australia. It is better. Okay. It's not so quiet now. Let's check the latest. Mykolaiv International Airport has been cleared of Russian troops, the head of regional administration. Okay, we're getting a graphic warning. We're not going to watch that then. So, Russian army column ambushed. Aerial bombardment now targeting Devervianko Street in Kharkiv. Good in Oregon. Thank you. Thank you, Jody. So again, 4 p.m. Kyiv time. 4 p.m. Kyiv time is when the new round of Ukraine-Russia negotiations are set to begin. So here's a video showing the biggest mall in Kherson, which is here, Port City. The biggest mall in Kherson after the Putin regime terrorists shelled it and pillaged it.
Русский мир.
мир, блядь, наяву. Тварь, а. Блин. Сходило все, трешняк. Ну, фабрике уже как раз 10 лет. Пора делать ремонт.
They have delegations that do it. A mall in Kherson.
Спортмастер. Ну ладно, то было. Уже нет. Вывеска Макдональдса выжила. Баннера уличные тоже. Ребята, Юск, блядь. Пиздец, я этот магазин открывал, блядь. Я его открывал. Дырка в потолке. Мать, ну, блядь, козлы, а. Просто пиздец. Склад Юска. Весь расселился. Что, ребята, в Макдональдс мы сходим не скоро. Но вывеска осталась. Пиздец. Просто пиздец. Круглый мир разрешили. Козлы сраны.
Wow.
А это вид на Юск снутри. Остатки палатки.
Clips. I play clips twice in case you missed it.
Русский мир, блядь, наяву. Тварь, а. Блин. Сходило все, трешняк. Ну, фабрике уже как раз 10 лет. Пора делать ремонт. Повод, конечно, не лучший. И прилетело. Спортмастер. Ну ладно, то было. Уже нет. Вывеска Макдональдса выжила. Баннера уличные тоже. Ребята, Юск, блядь. Пиздец, я этот магазин открывал, блядь. Я его открывал. Дырка в потолке. Мать, блядь, козлы, а. Просто пиздец. Склад Юска. Весь расселился. Что, ребята, в Макдональдс мы сходим не скоро. Но вывеска осталась. Пиздец. Просто пиздец. Круглый мир разрешили. Козлы сраны. Аккуратно стекло. А это вид на Юск снутри. Остатки палатки. Юск, к сожалению, телефон.
All right. So, if you missed it all night, the latest is we watched the evacuation of Irpin, the city of Mariupol. The evacuation has ceased right now, so only Irpin was getting evacuated. City of Kharkiv continues to get shelled and bombarded by IDF and missile strikes. Let's update. Mykolaiv International Airport has been cleared of Russian troops. Head of regional administration.
Добрий день, ми з України.
It's been cleared of Russian troops.
Аеропорт.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Russia has destroyed 211 schools in Ukraine. Kharkiv region governor says that 4 civilians were murdered and 15 were wounded after the Putin regime terrorists had shelled a store in the Pachatsky district. I think that's the one that you can't. Hold on. It's not loading now. Another ambush. Maybe no. I don't. Maybe it's the ambush. I can't. One of the videos you can't. The EU will announce new sanctions against Russia tomorrow. Yeah, we're not showing any death. I can't. One of the videos you can't shoot. I'm sorry. No, I don't like that's bad. I don't think so. Oh, it's getting. It just got shared by Nexta. Hey, could someone look at this clip? Nexta shared this clip now. I'm not sharing anything that shows death or human, gore, blood and gore. I'm not showing that. Maybe we can have some. Whoever's checking the clip team on Discord. Hey, from Long Beach, California. How you doing? Good morning. Try to keep conversation in the war room into the discussion thread. Yeah, it looks like more snow out here in Minnesota too. Anybody verify that clip? You watched that, but I didn't see anything. What do you mean? You have 10 megabytes, you have DSL? Hey Tom, thank you, or Dom, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Yeah, I'm not showing that. I'm trying to find out if this clip is okay to show or not. You can't figure out Discord? I'm not getting any answers on that yet. Not getting any answers on this clip. Anonymous with the $5 donation to the IRC. I'm getting another connection problem. No, I just posted it in the Discord. It's from Nexta. Nexta just tweeted it. I'm getting connection issues on Facebook again. Bear with it if it's messing up. Okay, no death. Because there's one on the live view map that even live view map blocked, and I don't know which video that is, so I don't want to accidentally play that one. All right. It's in the Discord, Alexandra. Translator and graphic designer. How you doing? No death. Okay. All right. Because yeah, there's one on the live view map even has a right here. This one. This one is the Russian column ambush. Can't see that. Okay. Paratroopers destroyed a column of Russian occupiers. Okay.
Така колона техніки. Противника. Давайте быстро оружие, все забираємо.
Nathan, how you doing?
Пулемети, автомати, гранатомети, все нахуй. Вон пулемет валяється, заберіть пулемет. Вон. Блядь, вон, сука. Боги нахуй. Де же, блядь?
Yes, Discord's an app. Join our server. Link is in the description. It's an app, and then you join our server with the link. This is Ukrainian counteroffensive. They've been launching counteroffensives on a Russian column. A few of the videos are graphic. I can't play those. So these are Ukrainian counteroffensives on Russian columns. Appreciate that, Nathan. Let me follow you. You got an easy follow button. Alright, the EU will announce new sanctions against Russia tomorrow. So we're going to get new sanctions against Russia tomorrow. The other thing, if you missed it, the International Criminal Court wrapped up. They heard the case. Ukraine presented their case, and then they said that they will give the answer, or they will rule when they're ready to rule. They didn't even give a time frame. Let me see if we can do the Reuters. Reuters does the Ukrainian refugees. So here's the refugee live feed on the border. What else? Just bear with it if the feed drops. It's been dropping, guys. We're having DDoS attacks. The other thing I wanted to show, if I haven't showed it yet. Here we go. 1 week after the invasion, let's tune into this. This was March 4th. This was filmed 3 days ago. But we're not getting much out of Russia, right? And the things that we are getting are protesters getting arrested and then propaganda from the Russian media. So this is someone that asked people's opinion in Russia, or it looks like younger people's opinions on what's happening right now. And let's listen in quick. This is from the YouTube channel 1420. Credit to YouTube channel 1420.
Что в целом думаете о войне?
Let me turn down the Kyiv feed quick. Let me turn down the Kyiv feed. Alright. Again, this is live in the Maidan Square in Kyiv. They have generators running, so it can get pretty loud, but we'll hear if there's the air raid alarm goes off. All right, let's listen to this quick.
Что в целом думаете о войне? Война — это очень плохо. Я лично знаю некоторых людей с Украины. У меня эта тема очень...
Speaking of, what did I just say? Man, dude, I tell you what, I need a Powerball one of these days. I gotta write this tweet. Air raid alarm time now. Hold on, we'll tune into that video in a second. I gotta write a tweet. Air raid alarm in Kyiv. What time is it? 52. IRC donated $5. Thank you, Anonymous. I said that backwards. I'm getting tired. Thank you, Anonymous, for donating $5 to the IRC. Good morning. Birds are chirping loud now. Dnipro, red alert, aerial threat, siren sounding. So there was aerial, a threat in Dnipro too. That is southeast of Kyiv, the capital city. Russian army shelling a residential district in Mykolaiv. Russian troops are shelling residential buildings. Here's more evidence of war crimes if you haven't seen enough by now. If you haven't seen enough evidence.
Прям по жилым домам хуярят. Пристреливаются. Хуя с два они пристреливаются. Пиздец. Балабановку нахуй сносят. Пидоры прям по жилым домам хуярят. Пристреливаются. Хуя с два они пристреливаются. Пиздец.
This is in Kyiv. This was posted a minute ago, so this might be what we heard the air raid alarm from. Possible. Video posted, geolocated outside of Kyiv.
кого-то сбили, побили, скорее всего, что это горит волны Семипалка. Достаточно далеко, постоянные обстрелы, выстрелы, уже дней 5, наверное, идет.
This was just posted a minute ago.
Кого-то сбили.
Destroyed Russian vehicles, location unknown. Got the Z on it. Let's check our list. Right now, Mariupol. Here's Mariupol on the map. Southwest city. Major city that Russia wants. They want it bad. Oh man. This is the city that they've ordered a ceasefire. Man, dude, that court better just come back with a decision today. That I can't remember who it was. It was the second to last person to speak for the Ukrainian government, and he said something along the lines of, "If they don't act now, then what's the point? Like, if you don't, what's the point of this court if you don't act right, like in this time?" Those are apartment buildings. Those are residential buildings in Mariupol. If they don't make any, like that judging panel shouldn't take long. If it does, has Andrew gone to sleep? Yesterday. I'll go to bed after the stream, and then I'll wake up for the nighttime feed. Aftermath of nightly strikes by Russians in the Kharkiv Oblast. Again, this city's just getting continuously shelled on a nightly basis.
What?
Just joined Discord. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, join our Discord server if you haven't. No, I don't have a team. We have our Discord server. We have an awesome community that goes through clips and helps out that way. We have nearly 4,000 in our Discord server. Nearly 4,000. Plus, that's an extra place to get notifications for when I go live. Because Facebook and YouTube sometimes don't give that. Especially Facebook. What we got? Here's video of the protests, the Russian side getting aggressive with anti-war protesters that have been protesting peacefully for 3 days now in the Russian-occupied zone. The Russian-occupied city of Kherson. The Russians captured Kherson about 3 days ago, 4 days ago, maybe now. Days are blending. But they've had it. They've controlled it. The people that live there in that city have been protesting every single day, and so this is what it's starting to turn into. And I've been nervous for this for a few days now. Apologies. That's the Russian military. They're shooting into the air, pointing their weapons. shoving people, shooting straight up into the air. Russia wears the white bands. Ukraine has the yellow bands. So that's how you know the difference. Russia's wearing the white bands on their sleeves and their uniforms. Clothing manufacturer Levi & Strauss now suspends work in the Russian market. Another one. So Nissan was a little earlier, now it's Levi's. So we just touched on some Western amenities that Russia's losing on a daily basis. Refugees on the border. Take this time to follow Mercado Media Productions on Twitter, MMPLLC News. I do tweet every day. I'm going to be live, so after the stream's over, I will post a new one. It should be along this time frame again. Might be like 11:30, but this is about the time. This is about the time frame I stick to. 4 to 7. That's like prime time in the United States, right there. So that's like I'll do like a recap. There's like a little 3-hour recap stream of everything that we covered right now overnight here, and then also that gives us time to cover any breaking stories that happens at nighttime in Ukraine. There's some, and especially in Kharkiv, there's lots of overnight shellings and bombings during those hours, and so we tune into those and track those, and then when I come back live again at 11 p.m., there will be clips and pictures from the aftermath of those, so we can continue to log that. So the nighttime streams have just been more so recapping what we've done all night during the nighttime, touching on key happenings from this stream, and then any overnight shellings or we'll be live at that point, so you'll be able to track it if it does happen. We'll be live for about another hour here. We got another hour left on the stream. We got Lubny's getting a red alert aerial threat. Murad's getting an aerial threat, and Dnipro. So this is in the last 10 minutes. Lubny, that's the bridge. Everybody remember the bridge? We keep getting people asking about it. That's the Lubny Bridge. I had a feeling this city was going to be a big deal. It's like halfway in between Kyiv and Kharkiv. That's the city that the bridge was in. We don't have a feed there anymore. And we get more aerial threats in Lubny. Anybody that's been tuned in since the beginning, that's the town that put the barricades together and put a checkpoint up on their own. This is what we were watching earlier this morning, if you're just tuned in now. Early, like 5 hours ago. Oh, we've been live for a minute now. But 5 hours ago, we were watching excuse me, that's not. We were watching evacuees from the... We were watching evacuees leave Irpin, the satellite city of Bucha and Irpin, to the northwest of Kyiv. We were watching that for hours. There was a process. They had emergency vehicles going in and getting people out. They said about 2,000. They got 2,000 people out this morning. About 2,000 people out of there. It was very rapid. Cars were going fast. Buses were going in. They had emergency vehicles going in. We were watching this for like 2-3 hours this morning. And so Yep, they were bringing people. They were going in with empty buses and coming back. Well, it looks like here they're getting on a ship. Now this isn't the borders. That was evacuees. These are refugees. They're going into a different country now. The video clips we were watching earlier, they were evacuating. So I know it looks kind of similar, but they're leaving. They're leaving Irpin and Bucha. You know, they're leaving a combat zone and entering a less combat zone to get to another location to get to where these people are at. So they were going from here. They go from here, and then the buses were filled. So they sent the buses in empty. The buses came out filled, and then they go from here to another rallying point, and then end up here. This is live right now, though. So let's go back live on this video. They're in the Maidan Square, and now this is actually live on in the border, the refugees. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. 7 in the morning here. We need to do a top of the hour viewer check-in. Comment where you're tuning in from. I forgot. Yeah, we're 7 minutes past. I'm gonna open the chat up. Comment where you're watching from. Good morning. Morning, Angela. Starting to get tired now. Got a rally. About another hour. How you doing? Comment where you're tuning in from. What city, what state? Or what country? Bovey, Minnesota's tuned in. We got New York tuned in. Nathan in the house. Bloomington, Minnesota. Minnetonka, Minnesota's tuned in. Northeast Minneapolis. Birmingham, Alabama's tuned in. United Kingdom. Good morning from Georgia. Good morning. Good morning from Bartow, Florida. Quick station check-in. You guys are watching this live on YouTube. Mercado Media Productions. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Hit the notification bell so you guys never miss a stream live here. 1,200 people on YouTube. Awesome community. Have raised $15,000 to the International Rescue Committee. Crisis in Ukraine. Donate now. You can see everything that you've raised money towards. $36 a month can one-time donations. $60 can provide an emergency kit for one family. $80 can treat a child for acute malnutrition. $108 can provide 8 families with a temporary shelter. $190 can provide medical care for 10 children. $500 can equip one mobile clinic. And YouTube has raised $15,000. Just think about it. Monthly donation options too. Children with comfort kits, emergency kits for a whole family. That's $60 again. So they have a $36 per month option for children. And of course, you can put your own amount. $10 minimum on the website. Austin, Texas. Central Florida tuned in. How you doing? Again, we're on Facebook. So YouTube, subscribe, notification bell, set it to all. Facebook. The Facebook. Well, it's going to load up. And then we're going to watch the Russians, what do the Russians think now video. Got distracted by the air raid. And we had some breaking news to go over. Mercado Media Productions. Favorites. See higher posts in your news feed. Set video notifications to all. Live video to all. That's what you got to do. You got to do follow settings on Facebook. Otherwise, I will get lost in your algorithm. I promise. That's how Facebook works. Because I know you have other things to do. But unless you're like on my page every day, you will lose my notifications. This is how Facebook works. Unless you set it like this. That's Facebook for you. So favorites, all notifications for video, all notifications for live video. Set it just like that, and you'll be with us every time. YouTube, it's been doing pretty well for notifications. Otherwise, join our Discord server. All right, let's watch this video from 1420. What do Russians think now? 1 week after the start. This video was posted 2 days ago, but it's still relevant.
Что в целом думаете о войне? Война — это очень плохо. Я лично знаю некоторых людей с Украины. Меня эта тема очень печалит. Я хочу, чтобы поскорее это все закончилось.
Извините, я аполитичен. За это меня посадят.
Любая война — это...
Sorry, I didn't unmute my mic. Look at that second interview. I won't mute it so much, or excuse me, I won't pause it so much, but I have to here and there for fair use reasons. So just get used to the pausing and me talking, because that's how you do fair use. I can't just play videos the whole way through without either changing it or altering it in some way along the way. So get used to that, but listen to that second interview quick.
Извините, я аполитичен. За это меня посадят.
Любая война — это ужасно. Мне мама все время говорила, лишь бы не было войны. Все что угодно, голод, холод, лишь бы не было войны. И это очень страшно, что это пришло. У меня и сын, и внук, и еще один внук, и все мальчики.
Я, к сожалению, не могу это комментировать, потому что это сейчас опасно. Даже называть вещи своими именами опасно. Могут это как-то интерпретировать неправильно с моей стороны, и я могу попасть под даже уголовную ответственность.
Yes, we were editing this video right now, and it turned out that the term war is going to be not allowed to use in Russia, because they say that the war is fake. It's not war, it's a special operation. So it's not war, it's special operation in this video, just so you know.
Я против того, что погибали люди, но считаю, что тут она была необходима.
Полный пиздец. Я знала, что Путин шизик, и такого же мнения остается.
Война — это очень плохо.
Бесполезно абсолютно, ничего это не принесет. И в 21 веке развязывать войну абсолютно негуманно даже.
Против, конечно. Родственники живут. Я думаю, любой здравомыслящий человек будет против.
Ну, по ней, естественно, это будет негативное отношение, потому что все мы понимаем, что гибнут люди, и жизни они не восстанавливаются. У нас у всех на Украине проживают родственники. Эта ситуация касается буквально каждого из нас. Мы за скорый мир, за скорое окончание этой военной миссии, как они ее называют.
Скорее, как к чему-то стихийному, что не избежать.
Ну, война — это в любом случае плохо. Не знаю, пока что, наверное, стоит доверить правительству. Потом посмотрим, что как будет.
Мы желаем скорейшей победы нашим войскам, чтобы как можно быстрее наши благородные солдаты одержали безоговорочную победу. Думаю, чем дальше на запад, тем лучше. То есть мы там не остановимся, там дальше Польша, вот это вот Германия, вот это все. И в конце концов Париж. Париж зайдем, да, можем повторить.
Мы против войны.
Люди всегда воевали, и пусть они сами...
There's like, we don't support special operation. So they're being sarcastic here. We don't support special operation. Just read, if you can read the subtitles. Can I swear? So read what he's saying, she's saying we are against it.
Мы желаем скорейшей победы нашим войскам, чтобы как можно быстрее наши благородные солдаты одержали безоговорочную победу. Думаю, чем дальше на запад, тем лучше. То есть мы там не остановимся, там дальше Польша, вот это вот Германия, вот это все. И в конце концов Париж. Париж зайдем, да, можем повторить.
Мы против войны.
Люди всегда воевали, и пусть они сами разбираются между собой. Но лучше пусть меня, как простого человека, не втягивают, потому что мне эти последствия, которые, возможно, я на себе буду ощущать потом, они не нужны.
Я считаю так.
Втягивают, потому что мне эти последствия, которые, возможно, я на себе буду ощущать потом, они не нужны.
Я считаю так, что в 21 веке нужно существовать и жить мирно.
Плохо, не нужно никому.
К войне непонятно, зачем она нужна, потому что и столько было, люди многое теряли, и зачем это делать снова, тоже непонятно.
Ну а санкции на вас вообще как-нибудь отразились?
Я не могу сказать, что прямо. У меня нет организации, которая попала в прямые санкции. Но я думаю, что все мы, я в том числе, как потребители, мы будем ощущать на себе.
Отразились ли на вас как-нибудь санкции?
Отразились. Плачу. Очень жалко наших ребят.
Да, у меня мама работает в магазине в оптике. И там цены на все очки поднялись на 30%. Естественно, у них зарплата упадет клиентов, так как клиентов будет намного меньше.
Коснулись ли вас как-нибудь санкции в связи с ситуацией?
Все коснулись, херово жить становится, все дорого. Я хотел телефон себе купить новый, а больше не куплю себе телефон новый, потому что нет денег.
Цены выросли. Даже на квас. На 10 рублей. 10 рублей квас подорожал.
Ну, только карта заблокирована.
Санкции коснулись только с учетом поднятия цен.
Я бедный студент, мне никак не отразили санкции.
Особо никак, но только по поводу шмоток, одежды, то, что там какие-то, то, что не идет в Россию доставка, вот это грустненько.
Но только с точки зрения валютных каких-то ситуаций с валютой и очень переживаю я, например, за свое состояние.
А санкции лично меня и окружения нет, я думаю.
Ну как считаете, что нас в целом в будущем ждет?
Нас ждет светлое и прекрасное будущее. Просто оно наступит в том случае, будет прекрасным в том случае, если мы будем каждый что-то делать, начинать с себя.
Как считаете, что нас в будущем ждет?
Ждет что-то хорошее, мы оптимисты все равно. Мы придем к этому. Ну, какие-то бестолковые, ведь на Западе, не понимают сути. Понимаете, как-то здесь недопонимание происходит.
Я боюсь об этом думать, очень тревожно.
Что нас ждет?
Все мы рано или поздно умрем.
Мы все умрем, как сказал Богданчик. Апокалипсис.
Апокалипсис. Тотальный апокалипсис и что-то вроде Fallout. С супермутантами, с костюмами. В общем, очень хочу в Fallout поиграть в реальной жизни.
Думаю, мы станем страной третьего мира, у нас будет железный занавес, и мы откатимся назад. Миграция стремительная, полагаю.
Два варианта. Типа безоговорочная победа, либо тотальное уничтожение всего живого. В любом случае русские попадут в рай, нам это было обещано. И в целом, немного пострадаем на земле, так сказать. Что когда на небе все уже зарезервировано.
Я думаю, что нам нужно уезжать все. Ничего хорошего нас не ждет.
Железный занавес вряд ли опустится. Но это не может не радовать в любом случае. Однако остальные последствия... Что мне сделать как простому гражданину с этим?
Первое, это, скорее всего, процент 50 нас ждет дефолт. Второе, это, понятно, за дефолтом следует опустошение прилавков. Скорее всего, дальше будет только хуже.
Вообще ничего не загадываю.
Что-нибудь осознали новое за неделю, как война
Я
началась?
каждый день переисполняюсь, на самом деле. Но стараюсь абстрагироваться.
Наверное, я просто убедился в глупости людей, в плане того, что они очень сильно доверяют пропаганде. Честно, может быть, небольшое разочарование в людях, которые это делают, особенно к верхам, которые ничем не жертвуют, а отправляют простых людей по факту жертвовать своими жизнями. Вот.
Наверное, появилась одна мысль, что переезжать мы пока никуда не собираемся, и придется чуть-чуть подтянуть пояса. Хорошее время сбежать, наверное, но не переехать.
It's coming from 1420 on YouTube. Can't really talk over it too much because it's all in Russian and there's translations. So that was just a pool sample of what do some Russians think 1 week after the start about the special operation, because they can't call it war, or they could be subject to imprisonment for saying fake news. Sirens in Advika, Kramatorsk. Ukraine's application for EU membership will be discussed in... That still hasn't been oh my goodness. Why haven't they discussed... Why wasn't this, put to the forefront? Kherson. Here's more protest footage in Kherson. Port city to the south that is Russian occupied now. Kherson right here. To the south, Port City. Protest footage. They're having peaceful protests every day now, protesting the Russian occupation. Yes, this is from today. This is today's protest. Wow. This video, I'm going to retweet it. Nexta just posted it 8 minutes ago. Well, I play clips twice, so if you just started watching, I play clips twice through. So I'm going to play it one more time, but I just retweeted it. Follow Nexta for sure. And all the sources that I'm grabbing, make sure you're following them. And then if you're looking for things that I'm sharing, just go to Mercado Media Productions on Twitter. Next is getting this from somebody that posted this on TikTok anyways too, so. This is coming, they're getting this from a TikTok account and then resharing it anyways. So they're not even really the original source. That's in Kherson. Kherson, the port city. That's Russian occupied. Kherson. They're having peaceful protests every day there. Peaceful protests every day. Biden will discuss the situation in Ukraine via a conference with Macron, Scholz, and Johnson at the White House. So, POTUS, President Biden is going to be discussing it today. Air raid sirens 13 minutes ago in Kirovograd. Air raid sirens in Zhytomyr. Air raid sirens in Chernihiv. That was within the last 20 minutes. Ukrainian negotiators arrived in Belo. What time is it? 3:23. It begins at 4 o'clock. The new round of peace talks. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, during a debate in the country's parliament, called the southern part of Kuril Islands original territories. Explain this to me like I'm 5. Oh. The Kuril Islands? Oh, what is that? Yo. They're Russian islands. Let's go. Wow. Why do I not have this in the same? Why did that appear in a different tab? Probably because I'm getting tired. Russia maintains that all the Kuril Islands, including those that Japan calls the Northern Territories, are legally a part of Russia as a result of World War II, and the acquisition was as proper as any other change of international boundaries following the war. And now you have Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida during a debate in the country's parliament called the southern part of the Kuril Islands Japanese original territories. Here's a protest in Tomok in the Zaporizhia Oblast. Right here. To the northeast of Kherson. Just south of Dnipro. Zaporizhia. Protest.
Вот пидорасы, расисты. Захватили крыши, снайпера русские. Стоят, блядь, по мирным. Уёбки, блядь. Вот пидорасы, расисты. Захватили крыши, снайпера русские. Стоят, блядь, по мирным. Уёбки, блядь.
Kherson, people go to the Russian military despite shooting. The U.S. and other NATO members have already sent Ukraine 17,000 anti-tank weapons and 2,000 Stingers from a CNN report. Alright, this was just posted a minute ago. Here's how a Russian plane shot down by Ukrainian air forces near Kharkiv looks like. Here's Kharkiv. Border city. Continuously shelled and bombarded by missiles. Continuously. But here's what a Russian plane shot down near that area looks like. Mac Lewis became a follower. Thank you so much. Satellite image shows 3 Russian ships.
Excuse me.
Near Odessa's coast at a distance of 27 kilometers in the effective range of MLRS. Ship number 2 length of 94 meters, which is equivalent to Project 22-160 class patrol. 22-160 was there last night, but we can't confirm. 3 Russian ships. Oh, here another video 43 seconds ago. The Ukrainian delegation has arrived at the negotiation site. Here it is, 43 seconds ago. They've arrived. Another day, another round of negotiations. Ukrainian delegation. Check our map. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, no, I want the location. Oops. We're looking for the location of where they're taking place. Met in Belarus. Okay. They're meeting at a major energy hub. No, never mind. Seizing a strategic seaport and threatening to take it. Okay. As the 2 sides met in Belarus and negotiated safe corridors. Okay, so they're meeting in Belarus. Ignore the major energy hub part. Meetings are in Belarus. "34 minutes ago, an Mi-8 and Mi-26 helicopter took off. Right here. So it's near Poland. So that's where they're taking place. Here's a live look at the refugees at the border. Got about another 20 minutes left in the stream, guys. Another 20 minutes, 8-hour mark is it. Look at they're on a boat. These are refugees at the border. And then we'll be live again at 4 p.m. It'll be nighttime. It'll be nighttime when you guys come back. Oops. It'll be evening hours here in Minnesota, but it'll also be nighttime. But we got about another 20 minutes. I'll open the chat up. But it is Member and Supporter Monday. Mondays only for the chat. Only Mondays. One more smoke break. Goes. Number Monday. Joint for peace. Also, take a moment, if you haven't, I'm going to be doing more personal lives, which I always have, on my Instagram. Follow me on Instagram right here, too. Same handle as my Twitter, the Guru Merc. Follow me on Instagram. I go live off of here, and I'll share my opinions and talk about how I feel about things more often. So, past joints, not judgment. Good quote, Corey. Follow on Instagram. I go live here. Personal streams. Go there live often. Or not as often as I used to because of this coverage, but I will on Thursdays likely when I take the day off from this. Rolling up one in Liverpool, UK. Thanks, Earl. You're just really upset and pissed off. Kalamazoo, Michigan. Decided you're going to finish out. Yeah, 20 minutes left. Well, no. 17 minutes left. Congratulations, Paula. Jesus OG time, then I can go to bed. Actually, no, this doesn't. No, it does. Corey been following for 420 days. Let me know in the chat. Type in !followage, just like Corey did. Comment, let me know how long. To your cancer screening time. Finish the stream strong. 420 friendly stream. $625 days. 636 days. ! Some of y'all might need to put ! notify so you do follow the page, and then you get the chat command. So if it's not popping up for you, you're not following. You need to do ! notify so you do. Yeah. ! notify in the chat on Facebook so you follow. I know, because some of you aren't. You notify. Maybe there's just been too many. You'll now get notifications. There you go. There you go, Sean. Now you're following. $334 days for Melissa. There you go, Tanya. Tammy's been following for 626 days. $329 days for Lena. Margaret, you've been following since the summer. since the second night in Minneapolis from January embers. Been following for 9 days, Camilo. 8 days for Susan. Some new followers. I like it. 514 days for Desiree. 428 days for Shanks. 635 days for Nicole Lee Graham. This is the refugees. A nice refresh of them. Nothing new. Just the protests taking place right now, and then the refugees. Ballistic missiles, yes. The vacuum bombs, that was in the... Who tuned into the trial a little earlier? The trial presentation. I'm sure we're going to learn more about that in the coming days and get an answer, hopefully. Also in the coming days, EU, the membership for Ukraine to get into the EU. .420 friendly. Been following since 2020. Good morning, Rick. $626 days for Charlie. Oh my goodness. Terry with the 538 days. Keep an eye out if you're perusing the internet. There's a video of the Russian convoy getting ambushed, and it's been this is the first time for a video I've seen a sensitive content warning. So keep an eye out for that. Here's Vizhorod in the Kyiv Oblast. Can't see that from there. If you missed it, this is the mall, the largest shopping mall, Fabrika, in the Kherson region. This is what it looks like. This is the largest shopping mall in Kherson. Here it is, city of Kherson, south. This is again the cities that we're talking about the most. I'm hoping that if you're a regular viewer or a routine viewer by now, you kind of know the cities. But if you're newer, the main cities that we're focused on or that we're tuned into: Odessa, Mykolaiv, Kherson, Mariupol, Kharkiv, Sumy sometimes, but this was a concern when the invasion first started. It was nearly every day in Sumy. Chernihiv, that's to the northeast, and the capital city of Kyiv. Vinnytsia, these two cities, Vinnytsia and Zhytomyr, are becoming two cities that are to the west now, or You know, most of the conflict has been around the eastern ring, the southern and eastern ring of the city, of the country, rather. And now Zhytomyr and Vinnytsia are two cities near the west that are starting to see some increased activity. But beyond that, it's been, again, if you haven't noticed, it's been mostly countries around, I'm getting tired, cities around the border of the country on the eastern side. And blue dots are Ukraine, are aerial threats to cities on the Ukrainian side. And then red is Russian. Red is Russian. Good day from Australia. Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you. Alright, so this is Kherson shopping mall. Largest shopping mall. That's what it looks like. Oops. Played this a little earlier, but I'm going to wrap it up. Going through some final notes and clips before I sign out.
Фабрике уже как раз 10 лет. Пора делать ремонт. Вот, конечно, не лучший. Спортмастер. Ага, то было. Уже нет. Выжила. Планера уличные тоже. Ребята, Юск, блядь, пиздец, я этот магазин открывал, блядь. Я его открывал. Дырка в потолке. Мать, блядь, косты, а. Что, ребята, в Макдональдс мы сходим не скоро. Вывеска осталась. Пиздец. Просто пиздец. Конечно, зашили. Оказывается, надо. Ладно, стекло. А это вид на юг. Остатки палатки.
No, this is in Kherson. This is not in Kyiv. Kherson's one of the port cities.
У меня один вопрос. С чего сделано это сердце? Да. Очень качественное сердце. С любовью точно.
Time.
Фабрике уже как раз 10 лет. Пора делать ремонт. Вот, конечно, не лучший. Спортмастер. Ага, то было. Уже нет. Вывеска Макдональдса выжила. Планера уличные тоже. Ребята, Юск, блядь, пиздец, я этот магазин открывал, блядь. Я его открывал. Дырка в потолке. Блять, косты, а. Склад Что, ребята, в Макдональдс мы сходим не скоро. Но вывеска осталась. Пиздец. Просто пиздец. Конечно, зашили. Оказывается, ладно, стекло.
All right, everybody. That's the ending. All right, we're reaching the end. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you for supporting the media. Again, thank you guys so much for donating to International Rescue Committee. 15,000 raised for the humanitarian crisis that is happening in Ukraine. Thank you for choosing Mercado Media to tune into the war coverage. I know there's lots of places that are doing feeds now. And thank you guys so much for choosing my platform to stay up to date. I'll be back again at 4 p.m. You can follow me on Facebook too, I suppose. My personal Facebook. I'm Andrew Mercado from Mercado Media. But definitely follow the media page that you're tuned in on right now. Mercado Media Productions on Facebook. Alright? Mercado Media Productions on Facebook. Mercado Media Productions on Twitter. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Mercado Media Productions, and make sure you have your notifications set to all. Also, make sure you follow on Instagram. Follow on Instagram. There we go. Follow on the Instagram, the Guru Merc. Same handle as Twitter. Alright? Same handle as Twitter. You guys have a wonderful night, or a wonderful rest of your day. And by the time when we tune back in, it's going to look like this. It's going to look like this in Kyiv. Alright? It's daytime. It's going to look like this when we're back again. See you guys later on today. Take care. Have a good night.